cause your body like a carry-out. Let me walk into your body till you hear me out. Turn me on, my baby, don't you hear me out. Turn me on, my baby, don't you hear me out. Take my order cause your body like a carry-out. And let me walk into your body till it's lights out. Turn me on, my baby, don't you hear me out. Turn me on, my baby, don't you hear me out. You cut me out.
What did you order? Tell me all the details. Oh my god, you ordered food. Yummy. Oh, yes. Good choice. Oh, you got me. You got me going. You got me going. Oh my god. Morena, Zayla, Leah, Lexi, Brandy, Delulu, Staley, Jay, Terrell, Lexi. Oh, it's a good day. I'm starving. Oh yeah. I honestly, a lot of you will be proud of me because I really hate eating in the morning. Not that I don't love it, but I just really don't feel like eating. But I woke up feeling like not hungry, but I need to eat, otherwise I am going to just pass out. And I was like, Carla, you are making a tea, you are making toast, you have to eat, bitch. And I forced myself because I was like, I need to eat. But I hate eating in the morning. But you know what, Leah? Our Chungus life, we always eat. You know what I mean? We always eat. Ooh, Morena, yum. Chaos is so excited. We're playing with Gran, so hearing her reactions for certain monsters will be funny. I know that's right. No, but I'm excited. Today will be around 5 to 6 hours. I don't know what. Like, my latest I'll get off is 3:30 my time, but I have a few things to do, so probably closer to 2:33 I'll get off. But it's 9 o'clock, so we got time. Crispy, hello. Staley, bring it in. 7 stream streak. The bread is indeed because I have to. No, Marina, that's my go-to I need to eat meal because it's so light in like flavor and texture that I'm like, okay, I can put that away. Because I had a toasty and soup last night, but I don't think it filled me up. So I was in bed like, I'm hungry. I'm like, I can't eat right now. It's too late. But yeah, maybe I need 2 toasties with that meal because one toasty didn't fill me up, I don't think. Bears, hello! 32?
Vespertine 92 just resubbed for 32 months.
Mamma mia!
Carl silly.
Okay, Flex, that's basically 3 years still. I know we have a few more months, but we'll round it up. Thank you so much for the prime. I appreciate it. Thank you for using your primes on me, guys. You are my goats. Please know that. You are my goat of all time. Thank you for all the resubs and everything. Oh my goodness. Thank you. And also, thank you for being here today, guys. I think my vibe today is Reaper with Gran. I might even just do a couple solos while we wait for her to call. And then, depending on how I feel, I'll either go straight into bonking, or because we'll finish up with Gran around 1 p.m., which gives us oh, maybe we have to go straight into bonking. Actually, yeah, we might have to, because then we have like an hour and a half of stream left. So I think we'll just go straight to bonk. But next week, I think it's going to be a juicy week of games. Chris wants me to play Arc Raiders with him. I'm not opposed to it. I want to start Dispatch, but I think I have to wait maybe another 2 weeks to start it because I want all the episodes to be out, or at least most of them. There was something else I wanted to do next week. I forget. God, that's not true. What's that song called we used to sing? Who's that beautiful girl? Could she be any cuter or sweeter? We've had a lot of stims. We've had a lot of stims. Wait, is this me? Oh, this is a Tammy, M and Ping thing. Okay, we can save that. Carl's and Granny. And then this is me solo. Okay, so we have a save together. Ghoul, how are you, doll? Hello. And okay, 10 Stream Street. True, Marina. True. No, I was going to get up and have some toast. And I was like, Carla, you need to try and sleep. I did toss and turn a little bit. So I probably could have had a snack. I could have had a snack probably. But we're here now. Been better. Oh, doll. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, my love. I hope you feel better. Hope everything gets better and you come in next stream and you're like, hey, I'm thriving. I'm sorry, doll. I'm sorry. You may have had a rough day, but you're gorgeous and you're slaying and you're gonna have a better day tomorrow. And I'm putting it out there. Look, I'll give you my good day. Here, take it. Take it. It's all yours. It's all yours. Eb, hello. No, you're cute. How are you? What's this for? What we used last time. Import the card. Repo. I love how Gran forgets what we're doing. I was like, want to do repo this week? A couple days ago. She's like, yes, mama. And then I give her the code for the mods. And she's like, what's this for? I'm like, what do you mean? What do you mean, what's this for? She keeps me thriving, this old woman. I love her so much. Like, guys, I know some of you already know this, but planning my Fridays with Gran, again, keeps me going. Because I'll go, all right, do you want to play fast food sim, repo, or this thing? And she'll respond 5 days later in caps, yes. And then I respond back, which one? Yeah, which one is it? Yes. I'm like, girl, please. Oh, hi, Connie. Hi, Freedom. How are you? 7-day streak, Mossy. Yup. Adam, hello. How are you? Well, yes. I feel like she wants. She said, and then I said repo. She goes, all right. And it's like, do you want to play? We don't have to play it. I just don't know. Thank you for the song. I don't know. I'm gonna leave it.
Put your ass away, child.
Yeah, Ari, exactly.
Lana_lurks just subscribed. Carl, I may be
Stinky,
subbed for
hello.
10 months,
Lana!
but at least half of those are cause your generous chat keep catching me.
They're
in gift
lovely,
bombs.
aren't they? You know how
You
many people?
plants are crazy.
You know how many people I meet in public that tell me that? They're like, hey, I haven't paid for my sub in 6 months, but I'll sub when I don't get caught out in one. I'm like, you're all good. That's so sweet. Thank you for subbing. Happy 10. How are you? Thank you so much. Burrito, we love you so much. What the hell? Ari, hello. How are you? That's ADHD if you have to plan the reminder. Yeah, no, chaos, fair. So fair. That's why, like, when I say all of this shit, I really love Granny, and I will remind her 10 times to play with her. I don't care. It just makes me laugh because it's just such a her thing, and it just, we've been friends for nearly 5 years, I think. Which is great. Half a decade friendship with Granny, and it's we've come a long way, and there's so many funny shit that's happened. Oh my god, so good. Anyway, no, everyone is so generous and so beautiful, and very grateful. Love the community helping each other out. I know, Stinky. I think you were AFK or busy when I was bonking yesterday, and when I saw a nuke, I thought of you, and you know, I was like, they don't know I just found a nuke, you know. 5 years of hilarity. Yep. Podge, cute face. Okay, bye.
Just
Thank
subscribed.
you. Thank you for 27. Oh my god. Thank you so much. Nuke up my. Did that still say it? Oh, it didn't. Okay, I thought it came through. I was like, girl. Guys, remember that time I had my different mixer and I had a button where underneath my beat button there was an effects button and it would make it echo, and one day I was like, yeah, my pussy, and I went to do this and I pressed the echo button instead. It was so funny. Oh, good times, honestly. Anyway, sorry. Close. Thank you. Hello. Sorry. Thank you again. I appreciate you. I'm on early, Emma. Yeah. Need that echo back. I know. You know why I don't have it back? Purely because, so I have a GoXLR Mini, and the people with GoXLR stopped funding support and updates. They still update the mini, but not the main one, which is my favorite XLR of all time. But it was fucking up my PC, the big one. It was just so not configured. They weren't updating it. Someone needs to buy them out to configure it, because I had my voice changer, I had my little, it was the best. The mini still does what I need it to. I'm so attached to it, but I still have it. I miss my big boy. No, got my pussy. Sorry. Wait, we should do this. Oh wait, I need to change that because my bot's probably not subbed to Julia, but I should make one and we should have a command for that. The school sent this home this. Disguise a turkey. Fucking thing yesterday. It's due tomorrow, so I need suggestions on what to disguise as fuck turkey as. Oh, popcorn sounds nice. Hi JJ. Hello. How are you? Unless no, I'm trying to think we can do overnight. I was gonna be like, no. Unless do you have a pacifier? Unless you wrap up the turkey in like a little blankie and put a, no, that's fucked. Don't worry about it. I don't know what to do. I think yours is better. Can you tell I don't have kids? Like, what? I don't know. I'm so bad. Oh, Eb, how did you find this? What the hell? Hold. Thank you.
For me?
Undecided, huh? I
Pussy
appreciate
plumpers
that.
unite.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
This is New
And
Year's
Max,
Eve.
You took the words right out of my puss. Oh shit! I didn't mean to. For me.
Well, I never.
Grab your peanuts.
I meant to say you took the words out of my puss, and then I did this instead. Oh no. Oh, that's so funny. Good times, hey. Good times, guys. That was 2 years ago. What the fuck? No, JJ. Oh, I'm sorry, doll. Yeah, no, I definitely understand that. It would be tough to just sit still when you don't fucking want to. I wish you a very speedy recovery, doll. I'm sorry to hear that. Here for a good time, baby. Yep. I put construction paper on as the dino mask. I've never heard of a. It's a fake. It's not a real turkey, is it? Like is it just like a toy? I've never heard of this. I thought you had that saved in your bookmarks. Oh, great. Oh, it's a print. Okay, that makes sense. I was expecting a frozen turkey. But only because we don't have Thanksgiving here. And I was like, you know what? Sure, let's take a turkey home. Bobby, I really am a turkey. I am. How are you, doll? I've gone diving headfirst in Stardew Valley. So while I'm resting. No, that's cool. Yeah. That's fun. I like that. Yeah, that makes sense, Freedom. That makes way more sense. I'm going to load the save and see if it works. It might not, though. Oh, what's my password? I'm good. Bobby, I'm wearing PJ vibes. It's my favorite Neat Dude shirt. I'm going comfy today. I'm going very comfy. My university had campus turkeys that were aggressive. What? I'm just going to do a couple of solo rounds while I wait for Gran, because I reckon Gran will call in like half. So we can just yap and... What do I have here? Oh, I don't have anything. Okay, cool. Yeah, I was like, you know what? I'm going to be super comfy today. Not that I'm never comfy, but like, you know, extra. So a freshman get chased by 2. What? Oh my god. Spencer, thank you. What the hell? That's very sweet. How are you? And Rach, hello? Sam, hello! I'm eating stale popcorn right now. Life could be a dream. Wait, I love that. Jules, you know what? I'm gonna say both at the same time. YOLO. I'm saying both. I'm gonna do maybe... Alright, I'm really excited to see what monsters we get with Gran and how she's gonna react. I think she's gonna be screaming way more than usual today. Well, the cupcake moans are back. Hopefully this works for Gran though. My mods work for me. But we only saw how many? We saw Blobhead, Birthday Boy, Trike, The tall Momo thing. Wheelman. I think we saw around 5 new, maybe? Oh. The upgrade's not working again. I wonder which one... Wait, we have to figure this out. Mods. Maybe it's shared upgrades? I wonder which one is making that not work. I gotta test this out before Gren gets here. Maybe it's the shared upgrades? Wait, let me quit game. Oh, it's the shared upgrades. There's a new one. Oh, beautiful. That's why it's stuffing up. Thank you for telling me. Hell yeah. Okay, cool. I can fix that. I can fix it. So the shared upgrades doesn't work. Uninstall, and then I'll try more upgrades. Let me have a look. Oh, Baddie's team upgrades. Ooh, thank you. Oh, you're my goat. Do I just download that? Or do I have to have the old one as well? I know, Goobs. Do I just have to download that one, Phallic? I love how I'm just saying Phallic so casually, by the way. Just cash. No, just... Okay, perfect. Thank you. Okay, let's try this. Let's test this one out. No, Bobby. You both screaming at the same time? Shit. I'm gonna try not to scream today. Yeah, Phallic Thunder's a great name. And here's me being like, hi, Phallic. Hi, Phally. Oh my god.
Thank you for the sub.
Buns, I'm proud of you.
Put your ass away, child.
Actually,
Buns
huge.
just subscribed.
Seriously.
I avoided the dentist for years because I was scared I'd queef mid-checkup and scare my dentist, but I grew some tits and finally
Same.
got the filling I needed, so that's a win for the girlies.
Same. No, that's amazing, Buns. Proud of you. Hell yeah. I want to have a day soon, Buns, with mom or someone where I do all the appointments that I'm scared to do and just do it all in one day and then be done. Wait, that's so sweet, Phallic. Thank you for telling me. What the fuck? You know what? That's so nice because you really don't know. Like, you have people, if you're lurking, by the way, I'm not calling you out because thank you for lurking. You're the best. But, you know, because lurkers are a beautiful thing, you don't know really who's consuming your content all the time. So when people tell me that, that's very sweet. And that means a lot. Thank you. No, Eb, real. Madge, hello. Nebula, not the side-eye. Side-eye. Okay, let me check this. Let me see if this works. Load save. And if this works, Phallic saved the whole stream. I ate her. No, honestly, ads, I'm the same. Sometimes you'll see me yapping away in my friend's chat, and then other days I am lurking. I don't know. It depends on my vibe. Granny's title is #1 Carla grandmother. You're right. Wait, I should change mine to #1 grandmother Carla. #1. Okay, perfect. Hi Ray, how are you? Oh, stuck in loading. Ooh. Let's try again. Yes, Leah, same. My bucket. Maybe I do a new game. Wait, hold. Eb, yeah. That's how I like it, though. Hi, Quincy. Looking amazed. How are you? #1 granddaughter of Granny. Alright, let's see. I don't need to have this upgrade, but Let's test it now. Let's test it. Let's test it. Sorry. My bad. What's on the floor? I forgot about the moan, sorry. Thank you for keeping me tabbed. Okay, let's test it. Guys. When phallic things couldn't get better, Phallic Thunder comes in here and saves everything.
Put your ass away, child.
Pussy.
Bacchus and Bash just subscribed.
Bash 16. Yippee! Thank you so much. I appreciate that. How are you? Thank you for all the watch streaks as well. I love them. Always here to save the day. Yeah. Real and true. Wait, we get to play it on my ping as well today. That's amazing. When I play with the crew, oh great. It's still fun, but a little bit delayed, isn't it? Also, isn't it funny that ping is still a thing? Like, if you really think about it. Like, fix that. Is that a plate? What is that? Ooh. Dally, hello! Zero ping for all. That's what I... Sammy has global time. I have global ping, okay? Just so you know. We're working together. Reaper would have gone so hard. As a LAN game. True. I love Repo so much. I want to do another, like, not that I don't love playing with people, but I also love playing it solo. I think it's a really good yap and chat game. Oh. Yeah, I saw that coming. Well, at least we know that it works. The upgrades. Oh, wait. I have a message from my thing. Dead. Why does that sound like Granny? Which one? The never really watched streams in general, but a friend introduced me to you, Chris, Sammy Crispy a few months ago. I literally binge all the VODs and try to watch all the streams. Oh, that's so nice. If it wasn't for how incredibly nice, funny, engaging you and your chat, well, I never comment. Oh, that's so nice. What the fuck? Oh, that is very sweet. I'm so glad you love to hang out. That's amazing. Guys, we did it. We did it. No, we really appreciate that. Thank you. Seriously. I'm never here expecting to read things like that. But when I do read stuff like that, it's very affirming. And I appreciate that a lot. We try our best. Oh, thank you. No, the community's very lovely. Truly.
You naughty boy.
Lovelier than me.
Apparently, has
I'm a
gifted
lovely
sub
gal.
to Spencer
I
Horror.
try to be kind, but my community, I don't know how they found me, but I'm very lucky. They're very sweet. Leah, thank you for gifting Spencer. Life is just a dream. Oh, that's so nice, Spencer. Thank you. Thank you so much. That means a lot. Also, Shuji, hello. Alori, hello. Guys, we made it. We made it. I appreciate that. You're the best. What date is this? 24. 24. That sounds cool. I gotta respond to that later. My bad. Type of person you are, create a community. Well, I'm a huge... Nah, I was gonna call myself a huge piece of shit Tim Robinson style, but I was like, that sounds like I'm calling you guys that and that you're not. Morning, princess! Okay, we start again, even though Gran's gonna call me any second. So she, good morning. Life is a dream here with Carla and fellow clones. Guys, we're full of whimsy today. And then Dark comes in. Dark keeps us humble. They keep us humble. Dark, not on Fridays. I told you that. It's my day off. I know, I say it to myself all the time, Sushi, but if I'm with mum, I can't say it because she'll be like, no, you're not. I'm like, mum, that's beautiful. But like, I swear I'm just quoting something, but she gets very passionate. It's cock-free Friday. Real. Real. Oh, a Laborbo. That's every Friday for me. Oh, the Chungus. Oh my god. Yeah, mum, I'm doing a bit. It's okay. I love you. Your secret's safe with me. Don't do it again. I want to know who voiced that. I miss mum too. Mum's having a fun little weekend this weekend. She goes to this little, it's basically an Airbnb, but it's literally a cottage in the middle of nowhere. She goes with her friend and they just sit on the porch with their fairy lights and talk crap. There's no reception. She loves it. She'll try and go like once every couple of months because it's just so affordable because it's just a cabin. There's nothing there, but because she doesn't stop. She's always doing something. Yeah, she loves it. She loves switching off, turning off. So she's going there this weekend. So that'll be really nice for her. Yeah, she's been doing that for about, I would say on and off for a year now. But she comes back so refreshed. We love to see it. Yeah. Bobby, yes. Honestly. Definitely. Definitely. I shouldn't get greedy here, but I'm just going to see if I can get any other items. I guess we could use this save with Gran. I could juice up. Oh.
You should have done that. 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 You should have done that.
Okay, I blew up stuff in the cart, but we still got her heart and soul. Oh, cool. God forbid a girl have a bit of, you know what? God forbid I have a hobby, and that's greed. Laborobar. I'm trying to think hardcore because her and I are the same. We buy ourselves things whenever we need and want them. Let me think, Burrito. Can you give me any clue? Any clue to what they like? You could go sentimental. Do you have a favorite photo together? Moo 32. Oh
Put your
my
ass away,
God.
child.
God forbid I have a Chungus soft spot.
Moomello
Exactly.
just subscribed. How are you finding the new update and who's
Just
your
venting?
fave monster?
No, you can vent,
Love you,
Pookie.
Carls. Moomel
I get
Flower
it.
Carls, Mike Carls
Thank
arrive.
you so much for 32. What the hell? I like the new update. I haven't seen all the monsters. I think my favorite monster so far, just for how silly it is the tricycle thing. That makes me laugh so much. I think that's so funny. But you know what? I just love how you can tell how much the devs love their game. They put so much effort into Repo. And I really appreciate it because this is actually growing to be one of my favorite game/stream games of all time, if I can be honest with you. I think it's so clever. And even though it's in the same category as Lethal and stuff, I just think it's so... You can just replay this. I could probably play this all stream for 24 hours if I had to do like a full Repo stream. I wouldn't get bored once. This is one of my favorites. Yeah, so I think in general, I'm very happy with the update because they gave us 10 new monsters. But the only downside is you go from being super confident with every monster to feeling like you don't know how to play the game anymore. But that's fun to learn and adapt and try and improve. So there's a positive with it. Like it's not like, for example, before the update would come out, I could play this game and just kill everyone. But now I probably die more because I'm learning everything again. Charlie, hello. How are you? Um. Liz, good morning. Alright, cool. I got some upgrades. Cammy, good morning! Morning, girl! Morning! I am usually not good with horror. No, yes. I agree. This game here is literally the perfect amount of horror for me. D, thank you for the lurk, doll. I appreciate you. You're the best. Hope work is good. Guys, last stream of the week today. We've had a fun week. Can I say that? Is it weird if I say that as the streamer? I think we've had fun. I've had a great old time. And then next week, I gotta cook. I have some thoughts and tribs. I want to do some stuff. I really wanted to... Oh, wait. Do I have... Can I gamble? I really wanted to... No. You are my spokesperson, suck off. Thank you so much. Oh my god, do it, Dally. That's fun as. I think next time I do a long stream, maybe I try and set a repo challenge and do kind of like the stream doesn't end until I get to, I don't know, level 15 by myself. I don't know. Figure out a challenge of some sort. Always fun when it's with you. Yeah. Hi, Anxiety. Hello. Freedom. I'll be back before you know it. I have a weird inspection US Sunday, my Monday. But depending on when they come through, I might stream after it. So I have an apartment thing, but then the rest of the week we're good to go. Megan, hello. I think I should grab a Red Bull. I'll grab a Red Bull before Granny calls, because I know any second now she's gonna go, hello, girl! Censoring stuff. You know what? I will say with this inspection, I'm actually it's not that hard to be impressed when you have a good landlord or a good real estate in Sydney, because you never do. But I will say something that I'm impressed with my thingy on Monday. They're coming over to make sure the AC is running okay. I've never had that before, which is cool. Like, so I've lived here. This apartment's a year old. A year and a half old. It's a brand new apartment pretty much. But it's interesting to me because I've never had them wanting to check something. It's always when it breaks. So that's cool. They're double checking everything's good. I kind of appreciate that a lot. I don't ever expect that to be a thing because you know how it is. Oh yeah. All right, I'm so excited. Let's go. Very excited. Museum. Mine took mine out and cleaned it this year and brought it back. Yeah, I'm like, okay. They just asked me. They sent a message, and they went, "Hi, can we change our appointment between 11 and 1, which means they can arrive at any point." So, I mean, I would rather them come by 11. That would be amazing, because then I could stream. Because if they come at 1 and say they leave by like 2, it won't take that long. But you know what I mean? They could arrive late. It's not a big deal, but you know, 1 is 9 p.m. Eastern. And I like to finish before 5 my time. But I guess I could do like 4 hours, worst case. You know how I am. I'm a planner. I like to know what's happening. Yeah, I hate not knowing. That's the worst thing about it. I just like to know what I'm doing for stream that day. And like telling all of you, I like keeping you guys in the loop. Oop. Pixel, hello! How are you, doll? We shouldn't have to be home or wait around, whatever. Yeah, Dark, that's the thing. You know, with inspections as well, they're like, if you're not home, we'll just use the spare key. And it's like, no, I don't want you to be in my house by myself. And I know that's, again, that's kind of like, girl, it's not a big deal, but it makes me uncomfortable. I don't know. Even though there's nothing to hide and they're just going to be in and out, I'd rather be there for it. True, we could always do a 4-hour, just a little slapper. Little slapper. I probably will end up doing that. Because I want to play more Cinema Sim. That was really fun. I think we all enjoyed it. Oh my god, the loot on this map is crazy. I could just go now, really. Is there anything else around? I don't want to be greedy. But if there's anything else, I'll take it. Charlie. Wait, so are you all settled in your new playstyle? I forgot to ask details last time you were in. Why my iPad end of the month? Oh, got you. But you just did you did the like the prepayments and stuff. That's the worst part about moving is all of it coming out of your account and you're still not moved in. You're like, ah, what's the joke? Dylan, what did I do? What did I do? Love me. Oh my god, Leah. Oh. I'm so excited for you. Oh my god. Is that a golden pile of shit? Yes. They put me in the game. Oh, the boo-boo. Ooh. Do you feel like you've done something wrong? The ellipses concern me, even though I've done nothing wrong. You could literally, that's how I feel when I'm at the airport. I know I don't have drugs in my bag, but the way they're looking at me makes me feel like I do. Hi Con, Repo stream. We're playing with Gran. We're just doing a little bit of solo while we wait. We're just building up our wallet. I'm good, thank you. Hope you're good. Hope you're bloody good as well. High five! Hell yeah. It's in here, isn't it? Yes. Oh my god. How did I know? I had a feeling. I had a feeling. What's in here? I don't want to... Oh, 18? Okay. Talk to me. Ooh. All right. Oh my god. Oh, that reminds me of The Others. That movie's so creepy to me. I gotta watch it as an adult. It scared me as a kid. All the sheets and stuff. I don't think I've ever understood the movie. Maybe I gotta give that a rewatch. Dylan. Not you still thinking about the chocolate. What's wrong? Look, if you want to have 2 liters of chocolate, I applaud you. I just know that I would die. I wish I could have 2 liters of chocolate and not feel anything. I wish and I wish. I can have a good 600 ml oak though. I can have that, but then afterwards, I literally go, oh, make sure you have no plans because you're not leaving the house. You know what I mean? Okay. 30 smackos. I need 2 liters to feel alive? Hell yeah. Wait, we haven't heard from Daniel today. We need them to come in to check if they're okay. Doug, what? I cannot. Oh my god. It's Carl! Carl!
Thank you,
Global!
Put your ass away,
Put
child.
your ass away, child. Never will I put my
Fighting
ass
Global,
away.
Just subscribe.
It remains
Carl's
out
sub.
forever. Forever. Global, thank you for 25. You're my goat. Thank you, doll. I know who to overshare with and not. True. True that. Oh wait, Gran hasn't seen the Death Head update. Oh, she's gonna love that. And she still won't listen to me. I'm not putting it away. Guys, why would I? No, you. But seriously, Global, thank you so much. How are you? I would never say these wild things to people IRL. That's so funny that you're walking around and no one knows that you would say that. That's kind of a slay. There's an active ingredient in chocolate that gives you dopamine we lack so much of. Ooh. Honestly though, because there's a huge ass fridge in the checkout, like near the checkouts. And there'll be days where I honestly just grab an oak and I get home and I pop a straw in that thing and I can finish it very quickly. I can down 600 mils like that. Yeah, I can down that thing. An oak chocolate milk, it's the brand of the milk. I love a good hot cocoa too. I was joking with this person at work and they were 18. I said, fuck you. And I think after that, oh no. Yeah. I think I definitely adapt my humor to who I'm with, for sure. I'm still myself, but I know what line to not cross with certain people. We want to buy a Labubu or a Skull Panda, but I know I probably should not. I say listen to your heart and you only live once, but also, if you still feel that way in a week or so, I think you should do it. At least you drink the right band, Dylan. Can I speedrun this? Is it still 2? Hopefully it's still 2 extractions. I'm thinking it might be 3. If I can speedrun this and then save it, and then invite Gran to it, that would be ideal. Choco milk makes the pain go away. Exactly. I won't go greedy, and I'll just try and do it as quick as I can. I hope it's not 3, but it's probably 3. Well, it looks like it's not going to load anyway. I'll take it. I'm gonna wait a couple more minutes. Also, Cam, how are you? Sorry if I've missed anyone. I know, Dodie, I'm so sorry. I forget about it too. Me when I have to contain my main hobby of greed. No, seriously. Seriously, it gets me killed. It gets me absolutely killed. Okay, I think we're stuck in the menu. Okay. Yes, no, Charlie. I can go to the logs as well. Oh, the way, desk with my computer, living room, my bedroom. Okay, here's my thought, Charlie. A part of me thinks bedroom so that you can have like a living area for just like if you don't want a game, it's not there. You know what I mean? But then also, what do you prioritize more? Like a chill TV space or a bedroom? Because if you want to go to bed and then like drop the PC and not like escape from the PC, then I would say don't put it in the bedroom. But then a part of me would say put it in the bedroom because all I do in there is fucking sleep. I don't care. And then have a space where you can decompress without games. Does that make sense?
Okay.
Hello. No watch TV because I'm a whippersnapper. Then living room then, babe. Easy does it. Then I would put it in the living room. Hell yeah. That's what I did with my first apartment. It was in the living room. Then you can have your bedroom for just your bedroom. Hello, Pookies. Thank you for the raid. What were you playing? Were you doing some Fortnite? Hello? Is Gran ready? She just said call when you're ready. Okay. I'm doing good. We're about to play with Gran. I'll make a lobby. Boot up with the recent code. Okay. Fought a bit of Overwatch. Wins. Talk to me. The fridge and the toilet for when you're really locking in. Let's call Gran. Hello.
Hello?
Morning, girl.
I just found a video about a guy making Pepsi pickle. No, pickle. What is it? Pickle Pepsi at home for free.
What? I love
Yes.
hobbies.
I do.
Okay.
Like he's apparently KFC does it. You can get a pickle Pepsi.
All right.
This man has nutty pie on his ceiling and his walls. Anyway, I'm coming into the game.
Did you use my recent card? There's a second card.
You know full well I'm opening the app now to do it.
Okay, cool. Then I forgot we have proxy chat in this game, which is good. So we can mirror it. Exactly.
My favorite.
Hi Jeff.
I
Hi
love-
everyone.
I should have called you on Steam. I don't know what I was thinking.
Stop. No. That was a one-time thing. I still can't believe we played that game on Steam, chat. That's crazy.
Chat.
Chat. 1, 2, 3, go!
Go. Chat, is this trapped?
Guys, am I unk?
Oh,
Phil
am I
Bayer, my
Loki
love.
Unk?
I'm sorry to hear that. Hey, I've been saying this behind your back all the time. No, you're a good guy.
Laugh so hard slaps my big fat belly.
My belly.
Ugh.
I'm unk, but I'm
Wait.
bussin'. Yup.
Oh, no cap.
No cap.
Input update?
Update code, yeah. And then there's a second code that I gave you because I fixed a bug.
Oh, because you fucked it.
No. I can't wait for you to see the new monsters. There's 10 new monsters. I've only seen 5 though, so.
Oh, I love a new monster.
And make sure you're online on Steam because you hide.
So do you.
No, I don't. No, I don't.
Hide from each other.
No, I don't.
All contents of the profile will be. Oh, do it.
Hi,
Do it. See if I
Amy.
care.
Do it, pussy.
Did you see? There's a Michael Jackson biopic movie.
Yes, his nephew's playing him.
Oh my god. Well, okay. At first we were like, ooh, Uncanny Valley when he first came on the thing, But then we went, oh wait, we forgot that like Michael Jackson went through insane plastic surgery.
Yes.
So I like kind of forgot. I mean, forgot.
Fair.
I forgot.
Fair, babe.
Yeah, because there.
No, that's so fair.
Select profile.
Have you seen Valentina Pumpin on TikTok?
No.
Oh my god. It's this dentist who trolled the whole internet. She put like really bad fake veneers on her upper lip. And she went, like, she's Spanish, and she recorded herself, and she was like doing these weird eye twitches. She was like, hola, mi amo Valentina Pumpkin. And she talks about things, but everyone's like, whoa, her teeth. Like, the comments were so funny. But this whole time she was trolling everyone.
I love when people do this because do you know what I love?
What?
Is when haters, like people who just thrive on negativity,
Yes.
get trolled. Like
Yes.
they're bullying people. It's like, actually, no, you're stupid. That was a troll. That whole time, you're
Hola.
dumb.
Hola.
Hola.
Mi gentil Latina, mi amo, doctora Pumpkin. Today-
Pumpkin.
So. I gotta show you, wait.
I want to see.
Okay,
Failed
let me
to
find it.
register enemy Shrek. No spawn objects found. Oh,
Oh, gente.
Well.
Sorry. Mi gente Latina, mi amo, doctora Pumpkin. Okay, let me find this.
pumpkin.
I can't. Now I'm on Pumpkin talk, sorry, and everyone like puts a bit of white paper over their top lip, sorry, teeth thingy bob, and
Oh.
tries to be her.
Carla.
I'm finding it, guys. I'm finding it. Hola. Okay, I'll copy.
Hola.
I'll copy this because there's a few. I'll copy that, guys. We need to get her on this talk. I can't stress enough. It needs to be on your For You page.
The friend with the best computer should host. Oh,
I'm hosting.
hold on. How do I do it again?
Private
game join
Here, I'll
friend?
invite you, baby.
Okay, yeah.
I put the code in chat too, the password, and then I'll mute.
Not me. Okay,
I'll
here
mute
we go.
Discord. Actually, I'll mute here.
Oh, but look at me.
I would like a ring. I would like a ring. Okay, now I got to get the original pumpkin. Where is she?
Pumpkin.
Hola. Oh, everyone is
Hola.
doing it. It's so funny. Where is her actual account?
I would like a ring. I would like a ring. Oh, wait, I can hear it through your mic.
Agradecer todos los mensajes de apoyo que me han llegado por interno y contarles que todavía tengo la agenda abierta.
Okay, this is not her account, but let me send it. Because I can't find her account. So, let me send you these links. So the first one is just another account reposting her account because I can't find it. And
Why,
it's just...
why does this happen?
I don't know.
Oh,
And then the second one is someone doing an impression of her.
2 in the pink, 1 in the twink. Thank you for the 46 months. I didn't mute myself for that one. I thought you would enjoy that username.
Thank you for that.
Is it TikTok James? Is that one?
So the TikTok James, I can't find her actual account, but that's like basically it.
Oh my god!
Just watch the whole thing and watch her eyes. And then the second guy does a really good impression of her, like better than that video. Better than the original. Hola. La doctora Valentina Pumpin.
Oh! Give me the full screen. Okay, I'm going in. I'm bringing
Oh
it
wait,
up
they're a
on
part of the
screen.
shack? Wait, that's even better.
I would like a re- oh.
Oh, sorry, I have showed chat, my bad. My bad, guys. I'll go again.
Hola, soy la doctora Valentina Pumpin. Quería agradecer todos los mensajes de apoyo que me han llegado por interno y contarles que todavía tengo la agenda abierta
Why
para
do I feel
aquellos
like
que
I
me
met
vengan
this woman?
a ver. Los espero. Que estén muy bien.
I know why.
Oh, have you met her?
Oh my god, I know why.
And then this is
Reminds me of
the
my dermatologist
this is
that I
the
saw like years ago.
Hola,
And she had a
Soy la
profound effect.
doctora Valentina Pumpin. Hay muchas preguntas sobre el color de mis dientes. Los explica porque tengo una iluminación artificial en mi consulta. Ahora, cuando estoy en la luz natural, se ven que es
So everyone's going around putting like white shit on their front half of the teeth and being hola. And I love it. Look, honestly, I know some of you are looking at this being like, Carla, I really like don't get what's funny about it. But when she came up on my For You page for the first time, I was like, what is going on? And then once you're on that talk, you get all the other talks, and it's just so funny to be a part of it. I don't know. Hi, Martian, how are you? Hi, August. Pumpkin.
Pumpkin!
Oh, good times.
I would like.
I love out of context TikTok. And you can't really explain the joke behind that, but that's what makes it funny.
No, because
Hola.
I feel that in my heart.
Hola.
Oh, are we wearing our outfit?
Oh, we're in our outfit. You look beautiful.
Oh,
I built my For You page brick by brick.
wait, where's my? Oh my God! Yes, these facial expressions.
We're so back.
Valentina Cappuccino.
Or one in the twink. I did a brekkie, Liz. I had a tea and some toast.
Montessori.
I did.
Mandalori.
I had to. I was so hungry, but I didn't want to eat. I was like, girl,
Jackadori.
girl, have this. Have the upgrade in the shelf right here.
What is it?
It's an upgrader.
What flavor is it? What is it?
It's health.
Oh, hell.
Health.
Oh, hello.
Oh, run!
Oh!
New monster. Who is that? Oh, Gran ran. Just peanut butter,
Oh,
Charlie.
what you told me to, bitch?
No, I didn't realize you'd run that far. I love it. I can
Oh.
just hear the clip clop.
Oh my God, hello. What are those?
Don't go near them. They're gonna blow.
Girl.
I'm running. Are you alive? Want to do a walking into a room with Carla stream on no context reaction? Wait, true. Real. That song is so good.
It's so good. Have you seen the video?
No?
I have a big, fat, lesbian crush on that singer. Oh, hello.
Oh my god, everything reminds me of him. I don't know what the fuck this is. Can you kill those gnomes?
Penis monster. Oh my God, gnomes. Oh, girl.
Oh.
Are you good?
I'm good. Who is
Oh,
this?
oh,
Heart
oh,
hugger.
Oh.
Oh, there's two of them.
Oh my God.
Oh my god, what are we gonna do?
Oh my God. No, because what are we going to do?
What are we going to do?
Oh,
There's
is this
two
a
of
bomb?
them.
What is this?
There's two of them.
Is this a bomb? How did I think I found a bomb?
Okay, I don't know how to use it on them, but I'm gonna try. Where are ya? Where'd you go?
Hello, come here.
Come here, girl.
No, because come here. Oh!
Oh, they're
It
not
was
dead.
a bomb, wasn't it?
It was
a
bomb. It was a bomb, but
Oh
I
my
can't
God,
kill
there's
it.
another.
I can't
There's
kill it.
another. Boo-boo.
A laborbo.
boo-boo.
Labobo. Labo labo. Labo labo. Oh no. Brandy.
Oh. Is that have a price tag on it?
Yes. It's lots of money, baby.
Oh, is it? Okay, yeah.
It's
okay,
lots
yeah.
of money
Okay,
for us.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
Yes.
I need to move my camera down. The people are complaining. Actually,
The people are complaining. I'd fall asleep to it. True.
Labo labo.
Oh my god, Ray. As I should. Nah, I'm joking. I know, we miss Ping. Our resident flirt. Someone's here. Someone's juicy.
Oh, Carla.
Yes.
Oh God, what was I gonna say?
Take that.
Oh,
Come
shit,
back
I
here. Come back here, baby.
forgot.
Come here.
Oh, is this the wrong
There's a
one?
man. There's a man. Let's just send it
There's
here.
a man.
There's a
Oh,
gloopy
jeez,
man.
You didn't have to tell me twice.
Wait, what's wrong, Dark? Don't you like it? There's a squelchy man
Ugh.
right there.
Labu labu.
Honestly, our weekly stream is just like a stim fest.
I just wanna be part of your symphony.
Your stim funny. Real. Alright, there's some fucker around.
Oh.
Sorry.
Oh.
Urgh. Piece of resistance. The plasma.
Oh, okay. Wow. Ooh, I just know these sheets are crusty.
What are you doing with the television?
What are you doing? I want to rewatch that movie.
Same.
I love that movie.
Underrated.
Do you know what else? We were just talking about Christmas with the pranks.
Hi, Ezra. Real. Carry on.
Did you ever see that one?
Which one? The...
Christmas with the Cranks?
Oh, I haven't seen that in so long.
I feel like that was the last movie of that genre before they started just dying.
Real.
Like Home Alone.
Oh, wow. We honestly...
Elf.
Didn't we have the best movies from the 80s to the 90s? You're okay, baby. Home Alone, like the Home Alone 1 to 3 was cinema. 1 to 2 mainly, but you know. Pig! Yippee! Like, I know I keep talking about Uncle Buck with Gran, but Uncle Buck is Curly Sue. Oh, just so many good movies. Oh my god. Real Amy. Oh no, Zell. Puppy. Is that the door? Yes. Oh!
Oh, Carla, I played like 4 hours of Megabank yesterday.
Yeah, thoughts? What's your score?
Uh-oh.
What was your high score?
I
Oh, sorry.
love Megabank.
What was your high score?
Oh, I don't remember, but we unlocked the cowboy character.
Clank?
And I was having the worst time with him. And then
Yeah.
we finally locked in and got good.
Have you played Monkey yet? He's so fun.
We just unlocked him. We also...
Oh. Alright, we're good.
have you played as Ogre?
I don't like Ogre very much.
Okay, because people were trying to get me to play the knight, and I was like, this is not the key. I don't
Oh,
like the sword.
sorry. I thought you meant the other guy. No,
What-
the
what
knight
the-
Oofy. Oofy is... Oofy's not bad.
I started with mage.
Mm.
Oh, the skateboarding skeleton was...
Oh, he's fun.
He was a good time.
Yeah, he's fun.
I want to play as the poison guy, but everyone was like, no, he's the...
I like a Mog. I like a Mog. The thing is you can sometimes have the best run on the worst character because it's really up to your upgrades and what items you're using. Like, I had a really good run on a Mog, and he's not that strong at all. And then I can have a really crap run on a strong person. You know?
And that's what life is all about.
That's what I'm saying.
It's like... God gives the toughest warriors to its battles that are, like, hard, you know?
That's exactly what I said. Exactly
I can
right.
really feel that.
I'll get you some of these.
Have you seen that
Oh,
woman
Chris,
who plays
good
the evil
movie.
queen at Disneyland on
Yes,
TikTok?
and how she got the job back.
Oh, did she?
Yeah,
Wait, really?
that's what I saw.
Oh.
And I've always said that. Leela, exactly.
Well, I saw one last night where she's playing Maleficent,
Yeah.
and this guy comes up to her, and she cracks a joke, but you can see she's laughing at her own joke, and she has to cover up her laughter to make it evil. She says, I do a lot for children too. I help them get a good night's rest.
Girl, you
And then
lying.
she starts laughing like deep from her soul.
Oh my
And you can
god.
see she has to adjust it to be like, ah, ha, ha, ha.
That's funny. They're the best.
I love her.
I
I can't
love.
believe they were gonna get rid of her. That's so
I know.
silly.
Silly billies.
Like, imagine going to Disneyland.
Those two are
having
yours.
the evil queen read you, and then you're like, oh, that's mean. Hello?
Yeah. Exactly.
What are you doing?
Exactly.
Is that for me?
Yeah,
I'm
take
sorry,
these
just
two.
take that.
No, take these two.
Both?
Yeah, take both.
What about you?
We share it, I think.
I don't think that's true, is it?
Well, I just got yours. I think there's a chance for us to share it. I just got yours, so.
Oh, I think it's a mod.
Yeah, we
Like-
do have a mod on. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, oh, Witchy Poo map.
Yeah.
Love it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Alright, 3 extractions.
Right.
Oh,
Let's go.
sorry about that.
Hello.
Oh, mushroom. There's new items as well.
Oh god, you know the other song that's been stuck in my head?
What one?
Sally! Oh! Oh! Oh!
Sorry about me doors. The doors are moaning. Yeah, I have a cupcake door mod.
Carla's chat room. Does anyone in Carla's chat room know this thing a role model?
That sounds familiar. Wait, what was that?
Sally!
Wait, why does that sound familiar?
Because he was on SNL like 2 weeks ago.
Oh, okay.
And he keeps bringing people on stage for like a little bit.
Have you listened to... I don't know how to call him. Baby No Money or whatever his name is.
Oh, Baby No Money, yes.
His album's actually good.
Did you hear? Okay, this is gonna be a deep dive. Have you heard NLE Chopper's new song?
No.
Oh my god! I love it. It's
Okay.
classic. I already know.
I'm late to the party, baby. I haven't listened to it again, Liz, but I will. What lady?
Carla, there's a lady.
Where?
Carla. Carla.
Oh!
Oh my god, Carla! Oh!
Can I
Oh
get...
my god!
Can I get her to get in the hole?
She's not falling for it. Oh.
Come on.
Oh, now there's an alien coming.
Oh, she's not falling for it. Oh, great. Yo, mamma mia. I wish I had my gun. She'd be dead. I don't know. I think that's new. We might get to hear. Wait, I want to hear the elusive pussy. Okay, God, I wish I had a gun. I don't have a gun. If I had a gun, they would have perished.
I'm so gagged.
If I had a weapon, they would not be here. God damn it. Hello? I'm screwed. Watch that handle. I do the same thing after stream. Hello, girl. 5 stream streak. Okay. Okay, Flex. I went AFK. No, what the hell?
Did you get her? Is she dead?
That's so cute. I did not. I'm just trying to
No,
get
I
enough.
just put-
Yes?
I just put on music and someone in my chat room said, "Can you make it louder? I'm trying to not hear you."
Oh,
Your chat room is so nice to you, and then you come to mine and they're like,
oh,
oh,
girl.
yeah, come on.
Girl. Let me vomit on this man. Is it that didn't work?
Hey, Twitch, I never bully you. I don't know.
Let me vomit on him. Yes!
Oh my God!
I'm gonna die, but I might vomit on him
Am
again.
I interrupting something?
I'm gonna vomit on him. Oh, it's off me. Now I'm dead.
Oh!
Oh, I'm so dead. Bye,
I
baby.
got this with Pokemon. Is in the background. Everything.
At least Gran will be able to hear this now.
I'll live.
We have a question.
Oh no, because she's dead. Hello? Ah! My Shayla. Oh. Excuse me, sir, because what the fuck?
I want her to hear the thing.
Oh. Oh.
Help! Help!
Oh my God, you can
Help me! Help!
Let me go kill his ass. Where are you, you whore? I know you're
I think I'm gonna do a blow dry Liz, maybe?
Oh yeah, what am I doing there?
So I don't have to keep refreshing it all
I'll
weekend.
get the trolley for that one.
But I've been curly all week. So then I'm
really
gonna
feeling
spruce.
that
I'm gonna do
vibe.
something different.
Oh,
Liz, I know,
God.
baby.
I miss Hello Kitty Island Adventure.
My resident curly.
I haven't played that hot.
Guys, I'm gonna beat my Mega Bonk score today. Just letting you know.
You know what? That'll do.
Oh,
That'll do.
help me, baby. Help. Oh no! Come back! Oh, come
Oh
back!
my God! I'm gonna go raise you right now.
All right, baby. Thank you,
Yeah.
baby.
Let's go raise this woman.
Kimmy. Not Marvel. Hey,
This silly, silly lady.
Marvel.
She picked a fight with an extraterrestrial.
I can't believe how fast time's going today,
Me when
though.
I fight Katy Perry.
Because I will, I'm gonna end stream between 2 or 3 my time.
Wait, this playlist is so good.
So I'm not rushing.
Oh, come on,
Marvel
Jazz
at
Fusion.
it,
Hello.
babe.
Hello.
Hello, girl.
Hello, girl.
Oh, great. Oh.
Resurrect
Oh.
for me, Colin.
Oh my God.
Come on.
Hallelujah.
Yes.
Hallelujah.
She is back. And remember,
Hello.
a staple has to be bent before it can hold everything together.
Hello, girl.
A sponge can only put out what it absorbs in.
I have something. Wait,
Oh,
I need the trolley, baby.
I have to try to right here, sister. Oh,
Is it underneath? Can I drop it?
yeah, drop it.
Girl.
Bite it. It looked perfect.
I'm sure it did, baby. All right. Oh, the girl's back. The woman's back.
The girl. Where? Oh, bitch. Don't look at me like.
Don't look at me like that. I can't wait to get a I was gonna say a gun. Yes. Is Gran dead? Be honest. She's creepy. I like her. Ooh, I have 1 HP. That was good. Oh my god, Liz. Huh? Hi, Pee-wee. Pee-wee, what are you gonna study over here? What? Hell yeah. I love. Congratulations. Ooh, bitch. Hello. Oh my god, that's so cool. I'm so happy for you. Girl, can you leave? Alright, this is the second extraction, I think, or the third. Morning! Axel, hello. Do we have enough loot? I feel like there's nothing around.
Pussy! Pussy!
What the fuck? Why did that make me jump out of my skin? That always does that to me randomly. It will jump scare me. What the fuck? Sometimes that's happened before. We have a clip of that where I literally forget about my mods and Pussy just sends a shiver up my spine. What the hell? Oh my god. Anyway, where's the fucking loot? You're gonna sit here and tell me there's no loot? Pussy! Kells! Puss.
About to go into a room.
There's no loot. What the fuck? The sound,
Yeah,
that is.
like, whatever. If you just do like a really... Oh!
Oh, okay. Girl, I need your help.
All of your enemies. If you smile
Great.
really hard, activate something in your brain.
I found loot, but I need to get this off before I pick it up.
Oh, okay.
Right
we
here.
have $0 in this trolley.
Right here, baby.
Oh!
Stonehead.
Oh my god, hello.
Hello.
Wait, you don't look at it yet. Coca-Cola, hello.
Hello.
$50,000, hello.
Yes, you can post the link. Okay, I'll be there soon. Shit. Get off me.
Yeah, get it out, girl. Get it out.
I don't want to get it
Get it
out.
girl. Get it out.
All right, there we go.
Oh.
All right, let's go.
Get out.
We can just pick it up
let's
together.
Get this man. Oh my god, this man is rock hard.
He rock hard.
Oh, come on, will he fit?
I don't. I think we
Will
should
he
just
fit?
carry it, maybe.
Will he fit? I don't know. I kind of like the funeral procession. Oh god.
Okay, you keep it on and I'll push. So you like touch him.
Oh, okay. Wait, I'm struggling. I'm struggling.
Girl.
This is not the day.
I'm gonna die. Oh no, push it to the limit.
Oh.
No, I'm gonna die. Push it.
Oh.
I'm gonna need you to Oh no.
Come on.
Oh my god.
Come here. Come here.
I was slammed.
Come here. Get on me. Thank you, God. Are you on me?
No, baby.
Girl.
He's eating you.
Possess me. Possess me. I invite you. Okay, thank
Basil,
you.
very cute. Very cute.
That's right, Bit. I have a secret weapon. Oh.
Nice, nice. Nicely done.
And that's what she said. And what was that? Gained.
Alright, get close, get close. Oh. Oh, he's gone.
Oh.
Nice.
Possess me. I'm so annoyed at you. Like, all you want to do is grab onto Carla. And the second that I need you. Oh, yes, get me.
Oh, Grant's having a hard time.
Sir.
Oh no.
Okay, well now you're just hurting me. And that's not nice. Oh, it's
Help!
Okay.
Help!
I hear you, sister. Nick.
Thanks,
I hear you,
baby.
and
Thanks, baby.
oh my God, look at you. Oh my God, you're crying.
Yum.
Well, how am I gonna move this?
I-
Oh. And I have to go to the left. Okay. Well. Oh, not now! Oh, I can't stand you!
Oh. Delectable.
Vomiting! Stop it. Carla, I will save your life.
You're a laugh. The loot?
Oh my God, no!
Who's there?
I think she saw me.
You think?
She saw me.
You think, girl? That's so funny. Just not the side eye. Pixar would love a spud. Yes.
If y'all could stop attacking me for 2 seconds, that would be lovely.
Girl.
Does that fit? Is
Yeah.
that fitting?
Yeah, it fits, girl, if you can hear me. If you can hear me, it fits. Real nice. Real nice.
Huh?
It fits, baby.
Okay, I'm putting you in there.
All right, baby. Oh. Oh.
Arr.
All right. Oh.
Go sit with that man.
All right. It fits. Bombastic side eye. All right, we just need
Hello?
like $6,000. I just
Right,
don't know
right.
where all the shit is. There's no
I'm
loot.
out.
Maybe back there there'll be loot. It fits. Well, there's a book there. Nice. 2,000. I don't think we can get the third extraction.
Oof.
There's not much loot around.
Oh my God.
Oh my god.
Not her grabbing me into a fart noise.
She said, hey.
I was over that round.
Quite frankly, I'm over it.
Oh, oh! Oh, okay.
Dead.
Oh, now what?
There's always something. Yeah.
That round was so difficult.
Yeah, there wasn't much loot. Are you good to go, or do you want to burb?
Immediately.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you want to burb, or are you good to go?
Oh, but yes, one burb.
Okay. I'll go whiz.
Okay, baby.
All right, baby. Guys, I'm gonna go pish. No, I will go pee, and I'll play an ad as well. So if you aren't subbed, you'll get the next hour ad free. And I might get a protein bar while I'm at it, actually. Go squeeze the main valve. All right, I'll be our boo. was trying to find my protein bar. And, but make it with lyrics. I was trying to find my protein bar. I couldn't find it. And then I remembered I had a spare in my bag. Hell yeah. I have it on the PC. Okay. We're back. Has Gran come back? Has she said anything? Ping, hello! How are you? I'm just melting my protein bar. It's too hard to eat. That's what she said. What is that? Nori. Cute. I put my protein bar on my PC and then I play a few games and the PC heat like melts it down and makes it softer to eat. Hi, Devil. Hello. What are you the world champion of? Good question. What am I the world champion of? I don't know. Drop a hot log. That's crazy. Drizzle the vizzle. Go pop a squirt. Guys. What the hell? It's on my shirt. Oh, sorry. Charlie, not me being like, what would I be the world champion of? But I'm trying to think. What would I be the world champion of? What am I good enough at that I can call myself the world champ? Oh my god, Ray. Cute. Oh, but that projector's sick. I love that. Happy 1 year, by the way. Being the people's princess. I don't know about that one, but that's cute. Paige, hello. How are you? I do have a TikTok, Devil, but if someone's messaging you, it's probably not me. The only TikTok I have is Carla Streams, and there's 2 at the moment that's infiltrating losers. Well, sorry, it's being a loser, and it's infiltrating people. Sorry, wrong way. Wrong way around. It's attacking the losers. No, sorry. They're being losers, attacking people, and it's really annoying. And we keep reporting them, and TikTok's not doing anything about it. But one day they will do something about it. They keep turning their comments off because I keep commenting on the videos, being like, I keep being like, this isn't me. This isn't me. This isn't me. And they keep turning off the comments. So we'll see what they do about it. Let me use my TT following to infiltrate. They think they're slick. Evans, hello. How are you? Yeah, Devil, very stinky. But, yes. But smart for check-in, honestly. Got a PM. Ugh, what are they even saying in the personal messages? That's so weird. I don't know how they have the time to do it. Hi, Abby. Yeah, Paige, I have like 2 or 3 Discord weirdos and I have 2 TikTok weirdos. I had a Facebook weirdo and then I got them banned. This is the song. I'll double agent that shit. Yeah, they're crazy. My pledge? Let me see. Alright. No. We do community stuff sometimes, Devil. Maybe not. Well, Repo, we do have a community gang we play with, but I think more so like a big group, we'll do like Jackbox or Crab Game's one of our favorites. We love Crab Game. Right. Right. How to grow my channel? What? Damn. I have TikTok impersonators right now.
Oh, hello. What?
Yeah, I have like 2 accounts and they're just going around saying, I could help you grow your account to people. So I have like 10 people come in a day being like, hey, thanks for your message. And I'm like, oh, that wasn't me.
Oh, you're getting those spammers?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I'm the most random person to do it to as well. Like, why me?
I don't know why, like how they target specific people.
Yeah, because how do you, what? What do you mean? Why'd you pick me?
Like, they probably look at my channel and they're like, oh, I don't want that channel to grow.
Huh, girl.
For political reasons. I don't want
Yeah,
that to get
Paige,
any
exactly. 100% peak lobby, true. Hi, Puff, by the way. Yeah, it's crazy. Like, I am meeting new people, which is really sweet, but I hate that they're messaging people doing it. You know what I mean? Like, I wouldn't mind if they made just a clip channel, like, do what you want. but they're messaging people. It's like, oh, god damn it. Oh. Conla at it again, I know.
What is that? There is a creature.
Where?
In that room.
Come at me, loser. Oh, it's a tick.
Go.
Oh, why am I doing that? Oh no, I don't want to touch it. Oh no, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I didn't mean to touch the tick. Yeah, I might have to do like a long-winded message. Like the normal report system, they don't think they're doing anything wrong. Wait, no, Dylan, that's random.
No.
True, devil, like in the middle.
Revenge you.
Wait, chaos, yes.
No, I
Yeah,
was
exactly,
really
Abby.
kicked
That's
out.
where I draw the line, you know? Hi, Nicole. I hope you're fantastic. Suck the life out of you. Yeah, wouldn't let me let go.
Ooshing and ooshing
Whoa,
and
wow.
noise.
Whoa, wow. No, 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 no.
Well. Hello?
Uh-oh.
Girl. How are we getting these one of these? At this hour?
What the hell? Leela, get it. You're hitting it. You're hitting
Oh,
that.
but then the smooth jazz comes on and I feel better.
Hmm.
I feel good. I see
Whoa,
myself
whoa. Whoa, whoa. No, 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 no.
Are you singing Fergie doing cartwheels?
Yes. Your voice sounds like a mix of Fergie and Jesus. Oh, there's a tooth behind you. There's a tooth on that shelf, baby.
Oh, a tooth?
Yeah, it's golden. It's like right behind you. It's on the shelf.
Oh, no, because here comes Mr. Bitch. Hold on.
Mr. Bitch. Dylan, yes. We have Fergie as like a BTTV, but I think I might make it an emote. Wait, Evans, no?
How do I tumble?
Mr. Bitch is so good. Mr. Bitch.
What's the button for tumble?
Look, Harry, I agree. What the hell? Stole a loaf of bread.
I forgot.
There's something on that other shelf as well above that one.
Oh my god, I see it.
Yeah, right there, baby. Jump up, baby. Oh.
Oh,
yeah.
it's a banana.
Please welcome to the stage, Mr. Bitch.
I got it. Hold on. It's a little
Guys,
fat
when
cat, but I got it.
when I went to
Look, I'm making so much money.
How are you? When I went to Amsterdam, I went to like this sex show, and they would always be like,
Search.
"Welcome to the
Wait,
stage,
No.
Sexy Blueberry," or whatever. It was hilarious. Confirm.
Kara, did you know your voice is like changed when you're dead?
Yeah, baby, it's crazy, isn't it? It's crazy.
Okay, look, I got this little man.
Blueberry.
Okay.
Yeah, literally, Sexy Blueberry.
Oh, oh, ah!
That was one of the dancers' names. Also, welcome
I
in.
hate a
Huge
little
fan of
man.
you. Bye, August.
My depth perception
Thank
is
you
really
to
up
Fergie
today,
and
let
Granny
me tell
for
you.
streaming. Whoa, wow. Whoa, wow.
We almost have enough money, honey. Carla, have you been watching Welcome to Derry?
No, should I watch it? Is it good?
Oh my god, I love it.
Alright. Whoa, wow.
I'll live.
And I'll live.
Okay, we have enough money.
They tried to put me on stage at 1. Let's say I declined respectfully and
I
got
have
my
enough
hog
money
out.
to revive my
I got my hog
bestie.
out of there. Yeah.
When the tick is full, he becomes fully harmless, and you can just grab him and slam him to fully restore the health he's stuck. Oh, I'm gonna go find Mr. Bitchan.
Oh shit, Gran's gonna die. Your impression is like Fergie getting waterboarded. Thank you so much.
There's always time for a cocktail.
Sarah, I made it whoa in caps. Sorry. I'm a huge piece of shit, but now you know.
He probably despawned. They despawn?
Whoa.
What kind of foolishness is
Yeah. Guys, one year I want to go as Fergie for Halloween and just do that.
this? Is this a basket cube? I was gonna say ball,
Next year for Halloween I'm gonna go
but
as
it's
Fergie.
not shaped like one.
Whoa.
No, because I love geometry. What is this squishy noise? Hello? Oh, my basket cube.
Now you know. Hi,
Oh, basket
Luki.
box.
I enjoyed my Marge this year. I know it was like a late Halloween costume for the Fortnite season, but
Let me get that too, baby.
I think Marge was cool.
Oh, he's in the real estate.
I need to get a better stockings next time so I can properly stand up. But apart from that, it was
I just
great.
know Carla's trying to peacefully talk to the chat right now.
Whoa! Whoa. That's where you're wrong.
Oh!
Oh, squish
Oh,
me.
are you screaming at them?
Squish me. Oh. Oh my god. Oh, wow.
The 56th?
I'm back.
Mommy Goose for the 18th. Hey, girl.
Hey,
welcome in,
baby.
Where's the extra money?
It goes to our thing. Sorry, guys. No, don't put your headphones on. I won't do it again, I swear. Sorry.
Oh, what are you doing to them?
I was doing that weird moan. I'm sorry. Guys, I know how to cartwheel already. I'm basically Fergie.
Which one?
All of them. Whoa. Whoa. I already know how to cartwheel, but I need to figure out it one-handed. I taught myself how to cartwheel and do a handstand in school. I don't know why. It was like a side quest for me.
I have never done a cartwheel.
What? You'd be
And
good
I
at
never
it.
will, because, like, why? I don't need to be doing all that.
Crazy.
Kate would say, like that time when Carla was crying, emotional, and talking to her chat, and you were just singing Cupcake at the top of your lungs.
Yeah, it was really funny. It actually helped. I was literally peak grieving as well, and you were like, pussy!
Never.
But I needed
Now
that,
the
so it's
party
okay.
don't start till I walk in.
I have a specific, function in life, I fear.
And I love
it's
that.
so niche.
Yeah.
Do you know what,
Jules, thank
happens
you!
every, like, family
How are
gathering
you?
too?
And Kiwi, hello. Yeah, since when, Ping? What, baby?
I realize, like, my out of placement, you know what I mean? Like, I have to be like, oh, like, everything I say is odd to everyone.
True.
But they're not like what? They're just like, oh, Granny.
Oh, Granny. Yeah, true.
You're so silly.
You're silly, Billy.
So silly. Sitting there simming.
Oh, silly rabbit. What does he say? The magician?
Where did you go, Bunny?
Where did you go, Bunny?
Where did you go,
I
Bunny?
love the magician's voice so much.
I hope that game gets some tweaks because
I agree.
my review is it's good, but it's too complicated.
Sure, I think for like a normal player base, it would scare a lot of people away. Can you help me with this?
No, because real, is this a flamethrower?
Yes. Why can't I lift
I
it?
think it's dead. It's
Oh. Okay, help me lift it, baby. Right here. Yeah, I think it's great, but like the average player base will be like, what the fuck?
It's the other thing I didn't like was like, I hate that when you pick up the gear, you're so slow.
Yeah, true.
And then if he uses the thing, you have to drop it,
And then it
he
makes
knows where you
noise.
are.
Yeah. Rox, hello. Jules,
Granny,
thank
you're
you,
the person
doll.
I avoid sitting next to at a funeral, but try to find at the birthday party. Oh no, you don't want to sit next to me at a funeral. I'm sorry. I'm like a nerd. Like I start talking because I'm like I don't like the sadness. Let me elevate the mood.
Let me elevate the mood.
People are like someone's died. This is not the time.
Brooks, you're okay, doll. I like that you're enjoying a good look. Wow.
Imagine farting at a funeral.
Awkward.
I think that is like
You know what I did at my dad's
that's
funeral?
rock bottom.
This was so embarrassing. So there was this slideshow. We had some old photos. And there was this photo with his, oh great, I'm telling a story. I can kill him.
Oh!
Yeah. Sorry, get that loser.
You naughty boy.
Racer has gifted a sub to Glittiagal.
No, because actually get his ass. Oh!
Yeah.
Oh my god,
Naughty
hell?
boy.
Racer, hello.
Racer
Happy
has gifted a sub to
birthday.
Bruss 16.
We were
Subs
watching
for your
top 5
birthday.
Church farts the other day.
You naughty
What the
boy.
hell? Thank you.
Racer has gifted a sub to Otter
Happy
Destruction
birthday
429.
to
What's
you.
going on?
You
What is
naughty
that?
boy.
How's your day being so far?
Oh.
Thank you so much.
Racer has gifted a sub to K_M.
Or
You naughty boy.
we killed 2 people. Oh, there's an ice thing.
Racer has gifted a sub to
Oh!
Stink Lady.
We don't have space.
I'll
We,
go. I'll push it. I'll push it.
Raw.
Right.
Wait, you were talking.
I'm going down to the club, but I'm
Pussy tossing. Pussy tossing. Pussy tossing.
I'm going down
Wait,
to the
pussy
club, but I'm
pussy tossing for a birthday is crazy.
pussy tossing.
Racer has gifted 5 subs.
Naughty boy. 50 kisses directly to the mouth. But seriously, thank you so much for that. It's very kind, especially on your birthday. Wait, I want to
Hey,
tell you something.
Eva. Yes, tell me about the funeral.
Okay, so I had a photo of... Wait, which is kind of funny now that I think about it. What was his name? My dad had this Spanish friend called... Oh, what was his name? I loved him. He was so wild. Anyway, there was a photo of him and this guy on the slideshow. But then he also had someone that worked for him called Terry that looked kind of similar. And I was obviously so brain fogged on that day. I walked out, I saw Terry. And he's like, oh, I'm so sorry. I'm like, that's fine, that's fine. I'm like, do you see the photo of you two? Such a nice photo of you two. And he's like, yeah, Carla, that was a good photo, good photo. And I walked away and I was like, oh, that wasn't a photo of him. He wasn't in the slideshow at all.
Oh my god.
And I walked away and I was
No.
laughing so much because I don't think he had the heart to tell me. And I was like, fuck, that's so embarrassing that I was like, good photo of you two. It was literally not him. Anyway.
Carla. Wait. Okay, wait. I just remembered. I was at a funeral once a long time ago. And you know how people have like a stone that they select?
Kiwi, hold that thought.
But when the casket comes
Hi,
down,
Fermi.
the pews,
Yes.
aisle. So whoever selected the stone, I guess they didn't like check it beforehand.
Oh, no.
And when the coffin came down, it was like, I guess it was like, instead of like the radio version, it was a live version.
Okay.
At a stadium concert. So when they pressed play, it was just this thunderous applause.
No!
For like 60 seconds before Andrea Bocelli started playing. I was like,
No,
girl,
not the applause.
this is so bad.
I would
But
kind of
just
like an applause at my funeral, though.
It was so long. It was like 60 seconds of applause as
No.
this coffin was going. And everyone was just like, oh, just like staring at the ground.
Oh, that's so funny. Oh, bless.
And then Andrea Bocelli hits you with the time to say goodbye.
I think I'd want an yeah. Like I think I'd want an applause at my funeral. Is that crazy? Racer, I'm with you. But happy birthday. Thank you so much again. How's your day been so far? And Kiwi, it's interesting because for me taking it slow, I mean everyone's taking it slow is different. For me taking it slow is sex or like a title. So a kiss for me, Like, I would like to kiss someone and take everything else though. Like, kisses are more important to me. So, do you reckon you could have a conversation with them? Have they said kisses are included in taking it slow, or do they just say taking it slow in general?
Okay, tell me if you get this.
Because maybe they're just shy. What was it?
Stamina upgrade?
I think so.
Oh, so it's shared.
Yeah.
It's so cute and adorable.
Wait, what's your upgrades? Tell me your upgrades.
How do I check?
Tab.
1 health, 3 stamina.
You don't have Tumble Climb or Map Play account? Huh. She said in general.
What's yours?
I have 1 health, 3 stamina, 1 Tumble Climb, and 1 Map Play account.
Oh, so it's shared.
There we go. Perfect. Tabitha, sorry. Korean barbecue. Oh, Racer, it sounds like you've had a beautiful day. I'm so happy for you. Thank you for popping in, and thank you for sharing the joy with the subbies. That's really fucking sweet. With a hell of a workout, proud of you. That's my goat. Thank you for the sub. But anyway, Kiwi, I think maybe just straight up ask, be like, does that include kissing?
Molly
Because I would love to kiss you. Like, maybe just be straight up and be like, I really want to kiss you. I think, you know, straight up is great. And then go from there.
Oh.
Or...
Oh, there's something here.
That's what I do anyway. But, I mean, we're all different. And I get that. Molly, 42! Guys, what a flex. What a flex with these resubs. And if you got gifted a sub from Racer as well, please say thank you to the birthday boy. So it feels weird. Oh, okay, Kiwi, right. Like,
35,000.
unless she said it, I don't think there's any shame in just clarifying, like communicating that. But if she, one time on a date with an old pal, he said, you should kiss me at work. Yeah. Maybe see what the next date holds. Yeah, no, but I get that. I get, like, your side of this as well. Yeah, Liz, that's a good question as well. See, everyone is different, and that's what is so important. Because for me personally, if I'm really into someone and I'm getting a vibe and we're on the same page, I think I would preferably like to have a little smoochy date 1 or 2, depending on what happens. I'm just a smoocher though, so everyone is so different.
A duck! It's a duck! Oh! Oh!
It's a dork. But in saying that, let's practice our smoochies together. In saying that, some people literally were like, no, I don't want to kiss until this thing. And everyone, like, you might hear that from someone and respect that and be like, yeah, you're right. I'm willing to wait. Or you might be like, oh, I want this connection to grow, and no intimacy makes that hard for me. You know, everyone has different love languages and stuff, so I get the whole, like, what do I do? You know?
Entire
I get it.
My mind, body, soul is so proud of it. We made so much money. What is this?
Dark, yeah. Exactly.
What is this thing?
Stinky. Yes, no, exactly, Evans. Exactly. So yeah, whatever you think is right, listen to that. No, honestly, what I've learned, Dark, and what I'm feeling more comfortable with over time is that your communication and the way you are isn't too much for the right person. Things can
I
obviously
like that you
grow
do
and
the
adapt.
purchasing.
Yeah,
I don't even know what to...
I'm the sugar mummy.
Oh my god.
I got you, baby.
I'm the... Like... I don't know what I am.
You're just here, and that's okay.
Did you just load a gun?
Yep, they're dead meat.
Oh my god, you're so gangster.
I'm dead.
Did you hear her? He's like, I'm a load my Glock.
I'm low my Glock.
Glock-a-doodle-doo, bitch.
Yep. In saying that, guys, I'm not perfect. I could have all the communication in the world in a
What is this,
new
level 3?
relationship, and I'll still be nervous. I'm trying to heal my anxious attachment. I'm getting better, though. That's the thing. I'm definitely getting better. I can still have some anxiety, but I'm leaning more into secure. So it takes time to, like, heal that. And obviously, if you go from the complete opposite of, like, say if you meet someone and it's so healthy and there's communication and you're safe, but your last relationship was very unsafe and you were just surviving and always on edge, that's hard. And you can make it past all the hard stuff, but it's still, like, rough to be like, oh, I can trust this person. They're not this person. Don't self-sabotage it. Like, it's a whole thing. It's a whole thing, but you can get through it. Yeah, Martian. True.
Where is my collar?
I'm here, baby. Let's go.
I found a boo-boo.
No, Dark, yeah. I've realized that I need to do more inner work than I thought I did, but you can do that. You can work on it. Wisdom. Wisdom. Thanks, Liz. I'm trying. Yeah, true freedom. True, like, I learnt myself, we were talking about the other day, I'm very much someone who's like, I like words of affirmation. I like acts of service, la la la. Everything else is, I don't care about. And then recently I realized that, oh, I do like physical touch as well. But that doesn't have to be what people always think it is. I like holding hands. I like hugs. I like always touching my partner. Obviously, if they need space, I will. But if they're the same, I always just like having a hand on them. I like the little touches. Exactly, Abby. And a lot of people confuse that, and they're like, physical touch is my love language, yeah. And it's like, yeah, but it's more than just sexy. It's more, you know, yeah, affection, Damo. Like, and I'm very, you know, anyone that's met me in real life, I'm affectionate platonically as well. Like, I'll be talking to you and I'm touching you all the time. That's maybe because I'm Maltese, but like, I'm always touching you. I'm always down for a cuddle. Hi, Nordic, I love you. How are you? Why are they being weirdos?
Like it's... What's that?
Yeah, when I'm with Chris and Sammy, I'm always like, or on the couch, I'll fall asleep on them because I'm like, safety.
Carla?
I'm here, baby.
Something's not
Chris,
right.
that's beautiful. You are very touchy like that.
It's changing.
Like if it's hot too, I will still have my hand or a foot on
Scott,
you.
I found a great big bottle.
I'll have something on you. You know what I mean? But it's comforting. Like, I really like it. Do you reckon that's your love language, Chris? I feel like you would be quality time and physical touch, right? Ooh. Yeah, the foot touch and windows goated. I'm just thinking with you and Shan, like, I think you're just happy to be in her orbit. Even if you guys, like, are just on an iPad together on the couch, like, you're on like, cloud nine. I'm with my wife.
I mean, I guess that'll do.
That's fun, I guess.
I don't know.
Oh, Nordic, real. Real. Wife. Alright, I have something. Yes, Chris. That's so, like, you don't even need to say that, and I'm like, I probably would have clocked that with Shan too. I probably would have said that. How do I give love? I think I naturally give love with words. Even friends, like, obviously I try not to be as wordy with some people because they're kind of like, hey, I don't need all that, which I understand. But I think for me, I'm words. Ooh, maybe. Ooh. With my besties, probably words of affirmation, gift giving as well. I always want to give them things. What'd you say, baby?
Can you believe that almost a year ago is when we were playing Fast Food Simulator together?
A year? We've done this? Wait, is this officially our year of doing Fridays?
Yes. Because we were, remember it was Christmas time.
Oh,
it
and we
was
did
Christmas time.
And the kebab shop too was really fun.
Yes.
That was our
Remember we
first
did an
game.
We did a whole stream of McDonald's beeping noises.
Yes, I remember that. We've had some good times.
Much to the chagrin of the chat.
No, yes. Kiwi, here's the thing. I definitely will give without wanting anything back. Like, I'm not giving to get. But I don't really... Apart from, like, mum, I've always wanted to receive more gifts, but not in, like, a... I don't need, like, anything expensive. Just, like, thoughtfulness I really like. Or it's really nice if I do something for someone and they appreciate that. That's really sweet. Like if they, like someone called me really considerate the other day and I was like, thanks. Like if someone notices that I've done something and they say thank you for that. Not that I expect it. I don't expect someone to be on their hands and knees thanking me for something. But if they're appreciative of that or they're thoughtful with something that I need or something, then I'm like, yeah, exactly, Damo. Exactly right.
Put
Nick!
your ass away, child.
I miss you. How are
Nick
you?
MGMT just subscribed.
That's my god.
Hello friend Carl's sup Carl's bark.
I love how you love the bark emote. You're one of 5 people that use it. Oh, Tula Boo Boos? What is this emote? I just like to... I originally did it because I would get a lot of trolls coming in saying like hello as their first message and then I would get them back with that. Probably should update it. But anyway... Can't a guy say hi in here? You just did, babe. All good. All good. How are you, though? You know what? Oh, Stanley, what the hell? Did you just call me a gift? Thank you. My goat. I've got the dogs out. Yup. But seriously, thank you for 2 months. How are you? How's life been post-PAX? No, Liz, real. Nick, if you want to join in the convo, we're talking about love languages. And how I'm learning that I think I've got mine all wrong this whole time. A whirlwind, but surviving. That's my goat.
Can't see you at all.
Like, even you, I think, will laugh at this. I didn't think my love language, well, part of my love language was physical touch.
You tried to steer a bit.
Even platonically.
You look like shit.
But...
I said burr.
But I'm always touching my friends. You poor thing. And I realized that recently. I was like, oh, I think that's on my list. And I was totally just not clocking it. And then I realized the other day, I was like, girl, you're so touchy. Touching you.
Oh, he's
Sweet Caroline. Hi, Mikey. Yeah, no. For sure. Someone could get me my favorite chocolate and I'd be like, oh. That's how you give love, Nick? Acts of service? See, I like doing that as well. I like doing it all. I think I might be all 5. Yeah, nice.
Carla, there's something coming.
Wait, I'm proud of you, Tori. Oh my god. Amazing.
Tommy Pickles.
You should be very proud of yourself. Yeah, I don't need big gifts, but little things are cool.
Rugrats, hello.
Oh, hell yeah. Where are you? I'm gonna kill you. Yeah, effort. Effort can look like a lot of things, though, as well, Dylan. Yeah. I'm gonna get this loser. Watch this.
Oh, it's a baby.
Watch this. Yep. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Haven't seen this episode of Rugrats. Girl. Where's that loser? Can these gnomes maybe not? Excellent. Oh, they're really hanging out. Is Gran dead? No. Start the ship! Oh.
Oh my god,
We made it.
I'm so scared for
We
you.
made it.
I was so scared for you.
I'm so scared.
I'm so scared.
Oh, scared. Okay, we're back. Yippee! Tommy got pickled. Sparkly I am, but I haven't seen a lot of them. Unforge, but it's okay. Ooh, my gun! Oh, they're so dead. They're so dead. They're not ready for it.
I love my Latina baddies.
Speak on it.
Oh, I would just buy things. Okay, yeah,
I got you, baby. We're sharing it.
me when I buy.
Me when I buy.
Me when I buy.
What's your health like?
This fine selection of weaponry, upgrades, and health hacks.
Weaponry!
Weaponry.
What's your health like?
160.
Oh, wait.
160.
Ooh, Ben, nice one.
160
Leela
health
True.
points
Fair.
on the dot.
Here we go.
Yes.
Yes. All right.
Gonna take this.
Emily,
and
how
sell
are
this.
you? You're my god. Have you not been feeling well, Em? I'm here. All right. 3 extractions.
Carla, would you rather talk to your chat for the next 60 seconds, or would you like to hear me scat the Super Mario theme?
I would love that.
Okay. Zoop-bop-bow, zoop-bop-ba-da-boo-ba-ba-za-ba-ba-ba-ba-zang, da-ba-da-ba-boo-ba-da-ba-ba-da-boo, ba-da-ba-bum-ba-da-dee, scooba-da-ba-blah-boo-da-blah-blah-blah-blah, zap-bop-bang.
Really good.
Thank you.
That was really good. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
I snapped my fingers. Hi Cookie, by the way. Hi Floral.
Was that a dinosaur?
Oh. Where?
Did you hear that?
No? I didn't hear shit.
You find stamina upgrades in the most unexpected places.
The most unexpected places. Oh, I gotta. Oh. Grace! How are you, doll? Happy Friday. We haven't seen a lot of the new monsters today. But I do have a gun. I do have a Glock. Who wants it? I have a Glock. Where's my guns gone? Great, I've lost my guns. Mikey, what the helly? Ah. Oh, I'm sorry,
There's
Em.
a hideous creature.
I tried to
This
kill him, but
hideous creature.
I shot him a few times, but I
The
lost my
spotlight
gun.
monster.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
We have Trudge here. I need to get my weapons and I can kill him.
Oh.
Where's my other gun? I can't kill without my other gun. Oh no. Yeah, no, exactly. I definitely understand that feeling, Em. And I'm super sorry to hear that. And we got ya. We've got you. It's honestly like, I know we can't take the pain away for your family, but understanding goes a long way, and I definitely yeah, I get that feeling, doll. And I'm sorry as well. Oh, right here. Thank you, Ben. You're my goat. He's nearly dead. I need to go get some charge. Hold. Who the hell's that? I'm gonna get that loser. Oogly. Oops. Get ooglied, loser. Oogles. Also, anyone that I missed, I'm so sorry. Hello. Thank you for being here today. It's very chill. I'm my favorite Neat Dude shirt. It's my favorite shirt to wear when I want to be comfy, so I'm chilling today. Monday's a holiday. Another one. I had some toast and tea today, if that's what you're talking about, Dom. I wasn't going to, but I really needed to, even though, you know, in the mornings I just... the only time I can eat in the morning is when I'm in New Jersey, and that's because we eat at 1. That's breakfast time. Hi, Mac. I'm good, doll. How are you? How's Ark going? I think I want to play it. Grizzle, enjoy your lurk as well. Good luck with your homework. You're my goat. You're popping off. Ooh, I love an English muffin. Yes. Oh, that's my favorite crew. This design and the shirt and then the crew material is my favorite of all time. And I lost my crew when I moved and I found it recently and I was so excited. I was very excited to find it. Cool, thank you, my god. Hi, Trace, as well. Mac, for sure. I should be home Sunday night. Otherwise, what's next week looking like for you? Are you, on night shift again? Wait, is that base ping? Or is that a mod? We should call it a muffin. Do you actually just call it a muffin? Good question. Alright, where is she? Days or next. Oh, okay. Oh, do you want to play COD together? Hell yeah. COD night Friday?
No, Christmas is
Like old times? Like old times.
Look at that, though.
That's
Oh my
perfect.
God.
Zambies!
Oh, it's so hot in here, oh my
Yes, that sounds sick. Grace was so back.
Turn on the air conditioner.
Oh my god, Em. Always cute for the wifey. I'm glad you have Caroline as well.
Okay, we're totes. Oh my
And
God,
all my
fucking
love,
awesome.
all my love.
Actually, we haven't been upstairs.
I'm surprised we have COD again. Do you reckon they'll have
Also,
prop hunt?
I have an indestructible drone.
I have a light as a feather drone.
Really? Oh, hello. Oh.
I killed him.
You are such a devious girl.
Thank you, baby. Where's the... I think over here.
Oh, this is
Don't jinx it. Honestly, real. Real. Yeah, the zombie part of it's really fun. I think I'm only gonna play it because I think I'm gonna be able to get a key for it. But I gotta fix how to fix my install, but I would play. I love zombies on 6 though, as well. Oh yeah, it'll probably be on Game Pass, right? Yeah. Yeah, wait, that's right. I played COD on Game Pass. I didn't buy it, that's right. Why did they release it so close together though? Because it's Black Ops 7, right? Holden 67 comment. True ping. Yeah. Hi Rose. How are you? Yeah, I don't know why that's a thing. Yeah, Game Pass, if it's gone up in price in the US, can you imagine the price here? Oh!
Oh my God!
Girl! Oh, we're done? Hell yeah.
Sure are. Let's
Sure up,
go
baby.
now.
Let's go. Fire got scared. Sorry.
I don't know where I'm going. Oh! Help me, Lord! Baby! Where the hell is my hat?
Okay.
Baby!
The outfits. You like our outfits?
Gotta go
Guys, Rita acts like I force him to do everything.
I decorated this lovely car with a wonderful $10,000.
I don't, Mikey, I don't think it means anything, which is even worse. Alright, we did that. Let's get some more strength.
Wait, really?
We ate it up. Guys, if you're still learning Repo, here's a little tip that helped me. Check every crystal because they're all different prices. There'll always be a cheaper one. So never pay full price.
I love crystals.
I love crystals.
Did you ever go to a shop? There's like crystal things.
Yes.
You're like, oh my God.
Oh my, I love
Or-
crystals.
Oh, one of those shops that sells like, I think it's things carved into crystals, like unicorns and horses and things.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Oh, and then one of those dinky little shops run by an old woman, and they have like dragons and
An
things.
incense. Oh, I love the
my
incense.
God,
Yes.
yes.
Who's Crystal? Who's fucking Crystal? Nah, I'm joking.
A stripper.
We gotta play it for Christmas. COD is so Christmas time for me now.
Stripper.
I'm in love. I'm in love with the stripper. Remix.
Wake it up. Wake it up.
Big heart.
What's your stamina?
9.
Beautiful.
Oh my god, I love this.
I look at myself in the mirror and I think,
Where the hell's my husband?
La Reina.
What's taking him so long to find me? Okay, MJ. Who is selling crystal? Oh no. Hi Daniel. How's your tummy after that milk?
Oh.
She put her legs around my head and Pink, when was this? What? Let's go, baby.
I thought for a moment that was a test to see if I'm capable of doing anything.
No, no tests.
Which I failed. I failed.
You could never fail.
Let's pause for 10 seconds to see what Granny does.
Let's see.
She works around.
Please load. Don't do this. I have to reload.
Oh, is it? Oh. Is this the forbidden load?
This might be the forbidden load.
Oh no.
All right, I'll re-invite you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, Ping, I was gonna say, I'm like, there's no way it was 6 months ago. Forbidden load? Yeah, Christmas time is COD, so I'm gonna figure out what COD I'm gonna play. And we are going to enjoy that like old times. For Cluntmas. Where am I? You're right, it does.
I seriously can't believe that the weird load button on the train car thingy sounds like this laugh.
You're
like
right.
it's so close and so weird. And
And
makes
you're
me think someone
And you're
has
real
done
about
this
that.
alert every time. Even when it's another streamer playing this game.
Mikey, thank you. Wait, no, you're so right. Thank you for the biddies. That's so nice. Thank you. All right, beautiful.
Okay.
Grace, I will. We'll play all the CODs.
Just Stephen and Snorfin.
No, Emmett will, I think. We will bring it back, I promise. Me too, Liz. I'm very excited. Mikey, thank you. That's very kind. And I will never unhear it.
Remember when she said she's in challenge and she could fart with her hands? Oh yes.
That's you.
There's many things you don't know about me.
You tell me that like once a month.
There's so many things people don't know about me.
Ooh.
So many fun facts. What is a roll drone?
Grant, see my nipple.
Can I see your nipple? I have seen it.
No, you
yes,
have.
I have.
You have on New Year's Eve a couple
You
years
whipped it
ago.
out.
It was an accident, to be fair.
I don't think so.
All right.
I don't think it was.
It was. We're on a FaceTime and I accidentally I don't know what happened actually. But it was kind of like, oh, sorry. It, like, I don't know what I was wearing, but it escaped. And it was like, oh. And I was like, oops, sorry. You piece of shit. Oh, someone else is here. Birthday boy! Grand new killer! Grand new monster, come here. I want to show you. It's birthday boy.
Oh my god, alright, yeah.
Birthday, birthday boy down here. Look, look.
Oh! What is that? Oh, he likes balloon. Oh.
Yeah, so see these balloons? If you pop them, if you pop those balloons, he goes to wherever you popped it.
Welcome to Derry.
But he's dead, so it's okay. No more birthdays for you, boy. Get wrecked. Doug, yes, that's happened to me before. Yeah, it's Race's birthday. Oh, sorry, baby.
Ooh.
Titty or kitty? Both. Ooh, a camera. Oh. No, you times 10 and a million. Wait, Daniel, sorry, I think I missed it. How's your tummy after the milk? Enjoy your lurk as well. We're always here, Em, okay? Give you a little distraction, pep talk. Whatever you need. We'll do some repo soon. We'll do like a lob. Have some
Caravan.
gigs. Yes?
Character idea.
Okay.
a little girl who's like, who looks like one of those old dollies. You know the weird, like, twirly, twiddly pigtails? And the little frumpy, frilly dresses?
Yes.
Okay, it's one of those, but she's spoiled. And it's her birthday. And she stamps her little foot and twists it on the ground, and she balls her fist up and, like, throws it, and she goes, but it's my birthday! Anytime, anything.
Did you
Like,
say she's soiled?
anything. Spoiled.
Oh, okay.
Spoiled. Yes.
Yes.
So, like, the vomit thing, like, jumps and vomit. But it's my birthday!
Oh, I like that.
You're spoiling it! You're ruining it!
You're ruining my birthday!
My birthday!
There's a hole here, be careful.
Oh my god, it's a huge hole.
Big hole. I heard it as soiled. Hashtag wood.
I have a trolley for the goodies.
Trick shot. My birthday.
Last year,
Oh my god. Ping, you did not.
Naughty boy.
3
Ping
months to
Ping
Jules.
Chicken Wing has gifted a sub to It's Just Jules 89.
What the hell? Thank you. 3 months. Jules, you're stuck with me for another quarter, doll. That is really sweet. Thank you. That's very, very, very generous. Sexy Jules. Thank you. Guys, our last stream of the week, and what a week we've had.
Feel the wind blowing from it. Hello?
I'm already excited for next week. Oh, shit.
What? Oh, hello. There's all kinds of things in here. Oh, that's the piano.
I got a piano.
Piano.
Hold. Perfect. Give me that big sack.
Oh, we got some. Right here in River City.
I've got a sack right here for ya.
Oh.
Let me see what's in here. Whoa. Granny, I've got some stuff for ya. Gran, can you hear me? Gran? Are you dead?
What is this room?
It was the extraction, the last extraction.
Oh.
So we have to go to the new
Well-
one.
Yes, I fear I've gone to the... Oh.
There we go.
Oh. Okay.
Alright, cool. Let me go to the new extraction. Morgan! How are you, doll? There's more stuff up here, but I want to see if I can find the extraction. No. Oh, here, cool. Perfect. feel like you've always quoted that. I'm gonna put the drone on this.
That seemed like the casino was so rigged.
Alright, let's go.
Why do I sense there's something here, but I don't see it?
Oh my god. Chaos. Amazing.
Oh my goodness.
Feel it.
You gotta be skinny. Right here in River City.
River City.
Skinny with a capital S that rhymes with dress that stands for dead.
Yes. Omen. Hello. How are you, Dom?
Right here in River City. Carla, is anyone in your chat seen Welcome to Derry?
Guys, anyone? Let Gran know. Right. Not yet. He got me stuck!
naughty boy.
Chaos, thank you!
Ping Ping Chicken
Ping,
Wing
thank you
has
for gifting
gifted us up
chaos.
to Kiko Chaos.
Oh my god, what the hell?
Oh, I've seen it, Taylor. Second episode.
And then Daniel comes
Right
in.
here in River
Naughty
City.
boy.
Travel to the capital T that rhymes
Fandidlianiel
with
has
D that
gifted a
stands
sub
for
to my
bull.
big fat cock.
It's coming home and saying words like swell.
But all that was wild, damn. I think it's time to start proper walkies. True.
Does your son buckle his knickerbockers below
Thank
the
you, Daniel.
knee?
Thank you, Ping. What the hell? Well. Well.
Well. Oh, I'm loving the show, Taylor. Gorgeous.
Yeah, I don't know why it said it like that.
Gorgeous
Undecided.
program. It's my favorite.
Do you need help?
No, I'm actually full. 180. Do you know why they call it an Xbox 360?
No, why?
Because when you look at it, you do a 360 and you walk away.
Real. Speak on it. Speak on it, Queen. I'm buying you those grenades so you can fight back.
Oh my god, you know I love my grenades.
Oh, you
know
love
I
your
love my
you love your
grenades.
grenades and your granola, baby.
do. I do.
I really do.
Ooh.
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 Right here in River City.
Oh wait, I'm strong enough to ditch this now, and I'll use this.
You naughty boy.
Am I strong enough?
Ping Ping Chicken Wing has
which one
gifted a
is the
sub
grenade?
to Juice at Poonzi.
These are all stun grenades, but if they're near a hole, you can just pick them up and put them in when they're stunned. So take all three. Right. Now I'm fading fast. Hey,
Channel
Pink,
1
thank you for the sub. Put them all in your inventory. Why are you sad?
I don't know. I'm just wanted attention.
Okay.
Is this one? What is this?
That's
Feather drone.
it makes things light, but our strength is pretty good, so I don't think we need it.
You're good at the game. Thank you, Hello Ranger 25. for
It's
sending
true.
out a-
It's true. Same, Mikey. I hope you can get some some
how
peace
many-
soon.
how many-
You can get into a routine.
Who's your latest character that you unlocked in Megabank?
Probably, I guess, maybe Noel.
Oh,
I think.
that's how I feel after I ate too much Christmas lunch.
That's how I
You
feel.
naughty boy.
I'm Noel.
Hi, Cole. I'm
Anonymous has
Noel.
gifted a sub to Dirty Filthy
Yes, 38's ridiculous, Mikey. I'm sorry. Cole, welcome in. Hello. Everyone that I missed, I'm so sorry. Welcome in. Anonymous, thank you for starting a hype train. It was fucking one of yous. Thank you so much for the support. You're very lovely. Thank you, guys. Oh my god.
You naughty boy.
Hello?
Anonymous has gifted a sub to my flapseller cam rolls.
And so what? You love ham. So what?
Thank you for the sub.
You've never complained once.
Put your ass away, child.
Cat, hello.
Tori I
Tori.
0919 just subscribed.
18.
Rainbow emoji, face holding back tears emoji, heart hands emoji.
Heart hand emoji.
You naughty boy.
That was supposed to be anonymous.
Pink
Well,
Chicken Wing has gifted a sub to
thank
Meaty
you, anonymous.
Flaps.
Thank you, Pink. Thank you, Tori. I appreciate it. It's your world. We're just living in it. Welcome in, Cat. Hello, Cash, and I'll say it again. You know.
You naughty boy.
Fandidianiel
How are these
has
usernames
gifted a
on
sub
Twitch?
to my _foreskin_grew_back.
Is this the burger?
It's a burger.
Girl.
Oh shit. Wait, D, proud of you. Pop off. Earn that wine. Thank you guys. I appreciate you. Welcome in. Quantum, hello. If I've missed you, hello. My jump's up working. Oh, I don't have one. That's why. What?
You naughty boy.
Anonymous has gifted a sub to Fat Cock Uncle.
Fascinate me. I was like, out of all of the wardrobe items, that for a school? Oh my god, I'm being shot at.
Good. Alright, well at least he's dead. Guys, thank you for those great subs, and I can't believe Twitch has just all these random names. Oh shit, wrong gun. Can I kill him in this? Granny's been stolen. Oh!
You naughty boy.
Oh my goodness.
Anonymous has gifted a sub to Migu Chismoist.
Good. I knew there was going to be a hole there.
Oh my god.
Perfect.
Ooh. In the summer? Who said that in the summer?
And when I met you in the summer.
Honestly.
Thank you,
New
Anonymous.
Zealand is
I
very
agree.
charming.
Guys, thank you for this random ass hype train with these. I don't know what you're doing, but I appreciate it.
Oh, the gangs. They love that shit. Giggling.
Hopefully one of them come into chat and say hello. That would be great.
Is Carla dead?
Girl, that hole. I'm dead.
You naughty boy.
Help.
Anonymous has gifted a sub to Sphincter
We do.
Tingler.
We do.
How are these names still on Twitch? That's crazy. Hey, we'll take it. Hopefully, someone gets a sub. Hey, baby, I am dead.
Oh!
Be careful of that hole.
So what happened to you?
I
Going down the hole?
The eye got me, and I was walking back to avoid it, but there must have been a hole behind me. Unfortunately.
Capital I dash.
But you got it, girl. I might just go pee.
Where is your body?
I'll scream. Let's see if you can hear this. Oh wait.
You naughty boy.
I think I'm deeper in the map.
Anonymous
Look on
has
the map. You
gifted
should
a
see a
sub to
red
Daddy's
dot.
little
I'll
fidget
scream.
spinner.
Hold. Help! Help! Did you hear that in game?
yourself in Discord?
Hello, I'm over here. Come over here. Hello. Pookie. Hello. Help me. Help. Help. Help.
You naughty boy.
Anonymous has gifted a sub to anal beads are tasty when used.
You know, we can't be mad at this because Twitch hasn't banned these accounts. Like, they're free to
How
use.
are you?
Are you kidding me? How do these accounts still exist? Like,
Oh, I see you. I see you.
yay!
Shayla.
Yay!
My Shayla.
Yippee!
Come with me.
Hey, and
you'll
see.
see.
Why are my backup accounts all being gifted? Crazy.
You naughty boy.
Did I see Yes, GTA 6
Anonymous
is
has
like, and I'm
gifted
not,
a sub
I am
to Ilavian
fine with
guys.
GTA 6 being delayed. I'm fine. I'm okay with it. I don't want those workers being worked too hard.
Whatever floats your boat. Thank you, Anonymous.
I'd rather they made a good game. Give it time.
Wait, finally! Guys, the best account has just subbed with Prime. Gold! Gold here! Nick, come back! Nick, come back!
Gold
No, actually,
underscore digger just
you know-
subbed for 1 month.
That's a very unique username. Thank you for the Prime, that's really nice.
You
What is
naughty
it? What's their
boy.
username?
Gold Digger!
Anonymous has gifted a sub to my anus is
Gold
wide as
Digger?
Fanny Willy.
Yeah!
Oh,
Hell yeah, get
I
that
love that.
gold!
get that gold one.
Get that
You
gold!
naughty boy.
Anonymous has gifted a sub to gapinghole.com.
How are some accounts still available on Twitch? You know those really rude accounts that Twitch just allows to stay up? I don't understand. They're
Like
so
which ones?
they're so like graphic.
You know the one that really makes me laugh is Tic Tac in my bum goofy R.
That's what I'm saying.
I love that account name.
What the hell?
That's one of my favorites ever.
Thank you, Goldo. Welcome in, and Anonymous,
Tac in my bum goofy
Put your
R.
ass away, child.
and Amy.
Flippin underscore
God.
Amy just subscribed.
How does that account exist? Are you kidding me?
Have
Twitch,
you ever
please.
cranked your hog that you ever? Right? Carl's tip.
What the hell?
You naughty boy.
Anonymous has
Amy-
gifted a sub to Finger
No, no, it's so graphic. Amy, thank you so much for 39. I hope you're fantastic. Lukey, that's every day. You know what I mean? Okay, so that's a trap. Got you. My bad. Who did that? Oh shit. Ah! Are you kidding? What the hell? Main,
Oh,
hello.
I'm sorry, let me say it, Dave. No, because I would like a ring.
True ping.
No, because-
Speak on it. Speak
no,
on it.
No, because. No, because I would like a ring.
Yeah,
Maybe
they're
I would
not
like
clearing
a
out
ring.
names. They're not clearing out the names. I can't believe it.
Maybe I would like a ring vibe.
Some of the names that I've seen on Twitch, even like, not even like the hee hee ha ha funny ones, like there's been some really gross names that have been since deleted from the username thing, but it's never been that easy with usernames. I mean,
Oh?
it's just always been easy to do a
What's
weird
that?
username, for sure. It's just crazy. Everything you can think of exists with the username.
I would like a ring type shift.
But maybe someone actually uses it.
Type
You know?
shift.
But thank you, Anonymous,
I
for
hate
all the subbies. Amy,
shit.
Lukey. I don't know how we're on a level 5 hype
Like,
train
if
from
that's
all
your
that, but I
only
appreciate
response
it.
to things,
Thank you.
Brain empty. Brain empty.
No, fair. Fair, Dark. Yeah, like,
There's nothing going on. Is that a
it's not,
spider in here
yeah,
or
it's,
something?
obviously I would ban
Which
if someone
one's
came in with a
Swaption?
fuck ass username that was like obviously past the line and really disgusting. I would ban them so
No,
quick.
because I heard something.
But I get you. Not as much. I have more milk. You gonna have milk again? Milk. Yeah, Daniel, it's smart.
All of that for $1,000?
$1,000. I'm
When
dead
people
again.
say it's giving, I love it's giving.
Giving.
I love it's giving. It's giving what it gave.
Drinks more jockey.
It gave what it gave.
Oh, she's gonna do the thing. Girl, don't do it again. Don't do what I did. Leela, mum, come get me. You're safe, I swear. Girl, we both did the same thing.
Is that how you died?
We're so greedy. Well, I got pushed away and then the eye got me, but I did this and then I went back for more like an idiot. So,
Mama, are you dead again?
yeah.
Oh.
You can grab the hidden guy, by the way. If you hear him close, you can look around and grab him and kill him.
Which guy?
You know when you hear like a deep breath, it's like that invisible guy?
Oh, that guy.
Look to his direction, like grab on him, and then it will say invisible, and then you can just smash him.
Oh, I love that. Beat his ass.
Beat his ass.
This is giving like Last
Phasmo.
of Us vibes.
Or Last of Us.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh. Oh.
You got this. Alien,
Hello.
squeeze that
Look
thing.
at that. Hello.
Thank you. Hello.
Hello.
How are you? Craig always needs to be squeezed.
My-
Thank God someone did today. Yeah. I know that's right.
The troll one is still after me too. Where is your body? What is it?
It's near that thing, I think.
Tell me.
I'll scream when you go near that that trap.
Gallon.
Sorry, doll. It's
Gallon,
near
where
where
is
that
your
trap
body?
was.
Oh.
Oh,
All the way back
yes.
there. Yes, get it.
Thank you for that hype
Well,
train,
good
guys.
for
I really
you,
appreciate
type
that. Thank you. Last stream of the week. Going out with a bang in it. I'll talk in game. She gets closer. God, it's
Oh.
already 12.
Thank you.
Mamma mia.
You needed that. Was this room? This room. Where is your head?
Help! Help! I'm over here, love! Come and find me! Come over here! Close! Over here! Over here, love! Right here!
Hello?
Yeah, over here, baby! Over here! Right here! Yep!
Ew, God!
Thank you! Oh! Thank you!
Oh!
Oh!
Oh my God! I
Oh.
was trapped in the hole.
Oh my god. Polo,
I would like
Marco.
a wing. I feel like
Wait, what
we
the
don't have enough
hell?
loot.
I want a corn candle. NPC, hello. Marco, Polo. After,
The
I think we have like,
delightful.
we have a less than an hour left of Repo with Grant. I think, and then I think we're bonking for the rest of the stream. I think we'll try for a mega bonk and yaps. Because today I'm doing like 5 to 6 hours. We're gonna bonk our shit. I would like a ring, I would like a ring, I would like a ring. Talk about it. I gotta sneeze. I mean cough. Wait. Let's go back. Real. Why even bonk
Look
if it
what
isn't
I
mega?
know.
Exactly. Liz, that's crazy. That's crazy.
Oof. We
Must
figured
be
so much more
nice.
money.
Must be
Hello,
nice.
this is Ellis Elm.
Hello?
With elegant interior decorating,
I would like a ring. Oh, it's in my head.
I just tattooed the straight cat for a client this morning, using elegant shades of beige, cerulean, and glow.
Loaf of bread. True. I need to make an emote of that face. I do it too often.
Do my legs get tired when streaming? No. No.
Okay, Flex.
Hello. Oh, bitch. Oh, bitch. Oh, bitch.
Oh.
Oh. Oh. Oh.
You can hide on behind an item if there's like the trolley. Oh.
Can't see anything. There's a man shooting me.
Oh, girl.
I'm actually gagged, though.
I'm gagged.
That was so unfair.
I know.
I'm gagged.
Wait, that's funny. Who's this? That's Carla, my son. Is she with Chris?
This is it.
As one of my besties in the whole world, yes. Hell yeah.
Oh my god. Throw that ass in it.
That's so funny, Tori.
Goodness. King of the losers.
King of the losers.
Oh.
Do you want to keep playing or did you want to mega bonk? Because I know you might be itching for it.
Is Megabank multiplayer?
No. We can still yap if you want to bonk. If you don't want to bonk, that's fine. I'm happy to repo, but I know you've been itching.
So wait, would we like start at the same time and see how long we can last or something?
Have you made it to tier 3 yet?
No, I've made it to tier 2.
Ooh, so maybe you try and beat tier 2 today.
Okay, do you want to do that?
What's up to you? I'm happy to repo, but I will bonk if you want to bonk too.
I feel like we
2v8 next week.
She wanna rip you up, start a custody war. My lawyer stay down. She never got a chance to hear my side of the story. We was divided. She had fish fries, cookouts for my child's birthday. I ain't invited, despite it. I show her the utmost respect when I fall through. All you would defend that lady when I call you. Yeah, yeah. Sorry, Miss Jackson.
Ooh. I don't know what I want to do here. Do I do Noel? Oh, we can do a bunch of things. We can do it all. I can't wait for Gran to learn this game more and then get a wild score. She will literally talk to me one day and be like, oh, I got a million. Like she'll do something crazy. What's Gold Noel? Oh, the level? Hero Sword. I haven't tried Hero Sword yet. Is Hero Sword any good, guys? Any knowers? Freedom? What rank is she? Ooh, hell yeah. Oh, I am for real. I'm gonna do size. I always do size. Give me projectile. Ooh, size. Bonk. I need ooh, I am for real. Hero Sword. I don't know if it's good or not, but I unlocked it, so I'm gonna use it. We will see. Movement speed. To get size. I do enjoy the size term. I do. Ooh, do I do double aura? I don't know if I want to do that. Aura's kind of cool though. Maybe. Daniel, I'm so tall. I have so much vertical length. You know this. Give me projectile or a jump. I'll do projectile speed. I would like something. Blue microwave? Grow up. I know, Daniel. I just be saying things. I just say things. You know how I get. Guys, if you haven't watched Megabonk yet, we also, by we, I mean I made a Megabonk playlist that we exclusively listen to when I play Megabonk. And I love it. I love it. Just to be the man. Stone Golem. Uh-oh. Abby, how was dinner? Yes. Whee! I don't feel strong enough yet. I gotta get some more thingies. just to be the man. Da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da. Wait, it does, Leela, true. Because Chris is the goat. I'm not really getting what I need here.
Going in.
Yes, girl.
Yes, girl, we're back at it with Mega Bonk. I'm playing as the monkey on the forest tier 2.
Ooh.
Smashing pots, smashing goblins.
You
Hey,
got
hey.
this. You got this.
Lock your mothers up.
Lock your mothers up. I'm playing as the monkey.
Here I come with my banana ring. Don't stop me now.
My banana rag. Oh, I'm gonna die. Maybe not.
Character you're playing as, Diva.
I'm playing as Noel.
I'm Noel.
Noel.
I'm Noel.
I'm Noel.
Girl, we have a Scottish relative. She used to say that. Okay, I'm Noel. I'm Noel. Noel.
Noel.
I'm
I'm
Noel.
Noel. I'm Noel.
Okay, the banana ring is... Oh, a poison? Okay.
Ooh, she's excited.
It's giving you that poison plant. Oh,
Oh, I love a magnet.
I love that.
I love a magnet.
I love that, mate. Girl, I love... Oh, when the magnet comes out, oh, I love it.
Isn't it so exciting?
It's so exciting, especially when you just killed a swarm.
Oh. Oh, I have 2 magnets. Oi.
Oh my god, I'm so jealous.
I'm so jealous of the magnet.
Jealous.
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 Yeah, sucky, sucky now, mommy. Perfect.
Perfect.
Perfect. Ooh, Rhythm is a Dancer. Great song.
Ooh, damage or armor? I feel like armor. It's important.
Rhythm
Right.
is a Dancer. It's a
Rhythm
sucker
is a
bear.
dancer. Scooby dooby dabble.
Scooby Dooby,
Flap, flap,
Scooby
flap,
Doo.
yeah. This game scratches an itch so deep within my lobes.
That's why I was saying I knew you would love it.
I live for this.
I know.
It's so much fun. The upgrades and everything is just I
It
live.
scratches an itch. I can't wait until you lock in and do some off stream, and then you'll text me and be like, I just got 1 million.
I was tempted to last night, but I couldn't do it.
Fair.
I was like, I need to do this on stream.
Fair. I do it. It's like my relax game now. I'll play like a round of Mega Bonk with some treats, and I'm like, yep, this is living.
Oh my god, yes, your special interest game, and you reward yourself with a special interest snack.
Exactly. Doggo, no, and I've been saying that.
Oh my god.
Hello, thank you for the raid.
Oh, give me the magnet, give me the magnet.
How are you, doll? What were you playing today? Tell me everything. We are just mega bonking with Gran. We were just playing some Repo. Oh, yes. How's your playthrough going? That's on my list still.
I'm trying to figure, is the person class doing anything? I picked that as my second weapon.
It can do things if you get your projectile quantity up.
Okay.
So the more projectiles you have, and it's really helpful with bosses too, and also moldy cheese.
You gotta have cheese.
Gotta have cheese.
I said special interest snack.
It's true. 70 hours in.
You gotta
Wow, I
have
didn't know you could get so many hours out of that game. Hell yeah. Nero, hello. If I've missed anyone, I'm so sorry.
Chunkum the Terrible. Oh my god. Let's talk about this. What's my special interest snack? Oh, girl.
Ooh.
It's popcorn.
That's right.
Popcorn with a spoon.
With the damn spoon.
With the spoon! I'm not even
Spawn.
kidding. The other night, one of my habits came up to me, and they were like, "Oh, would you like some popcorn?" Like they had a huge bag
Yeah.
of kettle corn, and I was like, "Do I?
Do I want popcorn?
And how?
Is the sky blue?
Does the Pope shit in the woods?"
I was gonna say that. I left it for you. With a spoon? Yeah, so they can game and it's not gonna be all
Oily on your
greasy.
finger.
Yeah, I kinda
Exactly.
like that.
I'm just ahead of the curve. Honestly.
Real.
The girls who get it, get it.
I get it. I get it.
Oh, I see what you mean about the poison.
Yeah.
For the bosses.
But the more projectiles you have, I love poisons.
Oh!
In game.
Oh!
Sure, I
I have
hate
this.
I hate biting a kernel. I think I can make it over there.
Oh, oh, oh my god, oh my god. I'm getting hit a lot.
Survive, survive. I love just climbing up the walls as monkey.
Oh, oh wait, are you the monkey too?
No, but I played a lot of monkey.
He's very fun.
He's so fun. I would just like when I first beat my high score, I would just climb up the walls and I would have like heaps of projectiles and just try to survive it in the air.
I know, because it's over now. I got laugh steal.
Laugh steal.
Laugh steal. I eat the popcorn with a spoon. I am Amelie. Buy me now on DVD.
Shapes with tongs is a choice.
What? Ooh, yes. I want some Cheetos with chopsticks.
I would honestly eat Cheetos with chopsticks. That would be so satisfying not getting all dusty.
Sounds like a challenge I'm willing to accept.
I agree.
And that's on God.
And that's real. Yeah, and she admitted it. Yeah.
I have no shame. I know exactly who I am.
Real. Awesome
would love to make
Paramore.
it.
Okay. I have no moldy cheese,
Oh, that's a shame.
but I should be able to destroy him pretty quickly. I just like the cheese.
You gotta have cheese.
Cheese. She's got a body like an hourglass, is ticking like a clock.
Size.
She finally set him free. I don't have my jumps. Oh, hell on earth.
Hell on earth.
I fell down. I don't have any jumps. I might
I
die.
can climb up shit. This is so cool.
Yeah.
No, 'cause I live
You're
with
okay,
it.
App. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Enjoy dinner. You're my goat. Proud of you.
Wait, why is the monkey?
Thank you for the
Why is
raid.
it tea? I love it. This is tea.
Yeah, it's fun as.
It's fun as.
It's
babe.
fun as, babe. Can you please die? Oh, I'm gonna die.
Oh. Not there.
Not me being like, can you please die? And then I die.
Says me into the mirror. Oh.
Great.
Ooh.
Innocent as
Come on, girly
possible
pop.
to get to. Warm up round.
6-7.
6-7.
Why are we like this?
I don't know.
Oh my god, I should have pressed time when the swarm came.
Okay. My trainer slash pal was like, hey, do you want to go on a walk this afternoon? And I was like, you know what? That would do me
There's a
really
huge
well.
swarm.
If I
Oh my
finished by
God.
2:30, I could definitely squeeze in a little quick walkies. That'll be nice to move my
Ooh.
body a little bit. Warm up round, Jeffy baby.
Ooh.
How are you, my love? I'm gonna do
No,
a
leave me
mog
alone.
round. I'm gonna do a mog round.
Oh, we're playing the same game, but we're playing separately.
Yeah, but that's fun. Chris
it's
and I did
cute.
this for like 5 hours. We did like a prediction on who gets 20k first.
Oh, someone was asking
Yeah.
in the chat.
Extra
Oh,
jump.
Oh no.
I
oh,
miss
no.
you, Jeffy. My baby.
Not good.
But I got it where I want it now. Yeah, loosen up me muscles. Yeah, I think I'll do around 5 hours today.
Oh.
So I'm not rushing
Oh.
this afternoon.
Oh.
It just feels so good.
Oh, I need some armor.
Or wait, cute.
Oh.
Oh, Jeffy, you're my baby. You know that.
My fear. Oh, I died. Oh.
Oh, babe,
I was doing so good.
you were doing so good.
I kind of like the monkey. I want to see what the ogre does. If I have enough.
The ogre, he pisses me off. He's not fun at all.
Really?
Yeah, I don't like him.
Let me see. Oh.
I might die
Space.
myself.
Let me see what he's all about. Throw spinning axes that deal area damage. Gain 1.5 damage. Wait, that sounds kind of T-boot.
Try him, babe.
Maybe I will. Oh my goodness. Electric butt plug. Upon taking damage, send out an electric shock to nearby enemies.
Or
Okay. I'll take it.
same, Liz. I was
Oh.
like, oh, but
so
I'm like,
it's
no.
kinda
If I
like
finish
the-
at
The knife where you have to
2:30,
aim the axes a bit.
I could still do like, because that would be nice if I got my body moving with some fresh air, because I haven't been doing a lot. And then on the way back, I can go to the shops. But that's only if I finish at 2:30. Because if I finished at 3:30, I wouldn't do it. But I was like, oh, it would be nice to get some
What's
fresh
with
air.
Size and duration. You skank.
You skanky wanky.
Agility time. Check out him. Yeah.
Whimsy.
Okay.
I don't know if it. I don't know what I'm having for dinner tonight, actually. I literally
Okay,
don't.
A pizza.
A pizza. I don't know what I'm craving.
It is Friday.
True. I don't know what I want. I like usually have cravings on Friday, but I have nothing.
I feel like that could be fun.
I agree.
Oh, watch out. She's got a bow and arrow. Watch out.
Watch out.
No, because watch out.
I know, Freedom Sag. But I did I do like 7.5 yesterday? Or 7? Yeah, today was always going to be 5 to 6 because of my plans. But I usually get off around that time. Oh, no, I usually get off at 3:30, so only an hour earlier
You gotta have cheese.
today. But if I don't rush my afternoon, that'll be so great. We're so back. I think US Sunday I should be back around 9 p.m. Eastern. It depends when this inspection ends.
Oh.
Avo, hello. How are you? Oh, Nordic. I would. To be fair, I would. I love a golf range. Daniel Smart. Avo, hello. I never usually have plans on Fridays. This is new for me. It would be cool to have some whimsy.
Okay.
Naughty.
I don't mind
True.
the ogre so far.
They're not bad. They're just not my
I don't mind them.
favorite.
I like the spinning axes.
Yeah, the axes are cool. I use that usually in my builds.
Oh, your build?
Yes.
Your meta build?
Sure.
I watch YouTube guides.
Avo, me every day. Oh my god. I feel that. Dragon, hello! Whimsy, fuck it up! Guys, we're always full of whimsy.
The build. It's such a weird set of weapons that I have. Axes, bow, and a poison flask.
Yeah, I have poison, fire, staff, a hero sword, and a katana.
Oh, we got silly.
We're silly.
We got so silly.
We're silly. I love whimsy.
I do too.
I think we're full of whimsy.
Women with whimsy? Oh.
How are you enjoying the, I wouldn't say, I mean, you're still getting up early, but how are you enjoying the time change?
I love it.
Yeah.
Girl. Mama.
Mama.
Mamas of the world.
Yep. I love whimsy. I miss whimsy.
Oh my god, I just decimated that boss.
Extra jumps. Yep.
I'll live for that.
I love it. Oh, I would love a roast. Yum. I just don't know what I feel like making today. Or if I just want to do something easy.
Did you say a roast?
Yeah, I love roast
Girl,
dinners.
are you gonna make a roast?
No, I'm not going to, but I would love one.
I feel like roasts are so specific.
Sell my wife for more is crazy. Hey,
For like certain events.
whatever you need. True. You right, you right.
Yeah, because I'm right.
Oh, Daniel, I have. We should play that, Gran. It's kind of like paddle, 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 but you have to transport an egg without breaking it.
Oh, wait, that sounds like fun.
Yeah.
Sounds like a jolly good time.
Jolly good time.
Oh my god.
Same. That's so funny. Same.
Oh, huge swarm.
I need more tomes.
Hello.
Hello.
Coca-Cola, hello.
Hello. Mm.
Ooh. Ooh. Ooh.
Mm.
Ooh.
Hello, princess.
Ooh.
Bye, Nordic. Have a beautiful weekend.
I've just been spamming projectile quantity.
Fair. That's
Now I have
honestly,
1,000 axes.
it's good.
Type shit. Ooh. Ooh.
Ooh.
Ooh. God, I love this game. I don't know what life was like before this. This is too much.
It's the bears.
I saw a magnet over there. gonna resist. Right.
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 Right. Yeah, Granny's bonking. We're parallel playing.
What a parallel banking. Isn't that nice? They're playing with it. Isn't that nice?
Isn't that lovely? I want to see if I can go over here. Probably risky, but I'm a risky girl. Right.
Right. Have it like a rose, have it like a rose.
I would like a rose with some potatoes on my rose. No, I can't do it.
Have it like a rose on my dining table.
You're so good at it. I'm so bad at it.
No, I had to like lock in. I just like sit down.
I had to lock in.
Figure it out. I did. I just sit down and be like, oh, how is this pronounced? How do I do it?
I had to lock in.
I have to lock in.
How have I not found cheese?
Ooh, neither have I.
I mean, I do have poison, so I guess I don't really need it, do I?
No.
Stole a loaf of bread. Stole it.
Did you say stole a loaf of bread?
I stole a loaf of bread. Have you seen
know
Les
what?
Mis?
And that's real. Oh.
I didn't actually steal
Yes.
bread. Imagine if I admitted it in 4K. Yeah, guys, I
stole
stole a
bread?
loaf of bread.
The FBI agent assigned you would be so upset.
I know. Can I get up on here? Oh, close. Record baby, but I can't see straight anymore. What's the name of the club? Take my poison, pussy.
Oh.
Well, it's not poison, but I'm giving him my poison. I needed a comma there. Sorry, guys.
Right.
Right.
Oh. Give me that power up right now.
Yeah. Need more projectiles.
Ooh. Ooh.
In the meantime, I want to break it down. Gonna be okay. Dun, What's my damage?
Captain Hollering.
Oh shit.
I should probably find the boss portal.
I think you should do that.
God, I'm annihilating everything.
Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are, princess.
Ooh, I don't see the boss portal anywhere. Not good.
Not good. Brand new cash.
A brand new cat. Oh, never mind. I see it.
Work my soul.
Activate the portal.
All I think of, Abby, when I think of bread, I think of, please sir, may I have some more? And that's why I don't think that's about bread. I think they're talking about soup, but it doesn't matter.
It's like super stew or something.
But I still think of that. Hi, cat. How are you?
The concept of a stew.
Disgusting. I'm joking.
I'm jerking. Oh. Hi, sir. Hello, sir.
Good song. with me.
Oh.
this. We got this. Got no cheese yet. Feel like pure shit.
Devastated.
Can't believe
I
it.
died? No!
Oh no. When you
I'm so sad.
when you die randomly, that's the worst.
I was not prepared. Let's try the hazmat guy.
Yeah, I'm playing a Mog right now.
Is he good?
He's fun. Like he's not the strongest, but he's really fun to play.
Oh, they explode on death? Okay. Yeah. I'm into it. He looks like the guy from Backroom.
Yeah.
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 Oh, girl. You have to wait for them to die? Oh. Mama, the poison.
The poison.
Oh, I see though, but they explode. So it kind of works.
Yeah, I can't wait to sucky this with a magnet. Guys, we're so back after this.
You're so bad. Poison. Ah, man.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So you wish to do battle with me?
Stunning. Hello, girl. Oh, he's gonna die instantly. Look at this guy.
I'm so glad you told me about this game.
I know, girl.
I can't breathe. Like it's too good.
It's goated.
It's gourted.
Goated.
The snozzberries taste like snozzberries.
Yes. Sugar, baby.
Come, my lady, come, my lady. You're my butterfly.
Sugar, baby. If we were just in a room with 2 chairs and music was playing, we'd just stim the music for 5 hours. Oh, that's fun.
Video where these girls were like not having a good time at karaoke. So they just started doing a podcast in the karaoke room.
Yeah.
They weren't even filming it, they were just doing it with themselves.
That's the dream.
That's being a girl.
That's the dream.
Very, very nice.
I feel quite strong, actually. I don't feel...
I'm working my way. Ooh, I see a Mac.
I actually like that blue item. That's juicy.
What was it?
It's, what is it called? It's called Unstable Transfusion.
Oh, cool, yes, actually. That's quite flash, isn't it?
I like it. My damage is quite good. 6.9. Oh my god. Racer, happy birthday! Thank you again for popping in and being so lovely. Have a beautiful day, doll. Always a pleasure to see you. I'll see you soon. True freedom. You're right. You're right.
I would listen to that. I would.
Sid and Nancy. Butterfly in my hair.
Oh no, not the stone golem. Not the stone golem.
The golem.
The stone golem.
The golem.
that, need to get to that. Oh, there's a magnet. I see it.
Come and get me. Come and get me.
Ooh. Where's the boss? Oh my god.
You know what, Liz? What I might do on my next BRB, I might throw what I need to
Oh my God,
put
I
in
got
the
some
laundry. I might actually put on a load of laundry.
Oh!
That could be the play. Oh, that could be the play. That's one less thing I have to do.
Lifesteal. Oh my god. So beautiful.
Because I'll need to pee anyway, so I may as well. It'll take me 2 seconds, but it'll save me like 40 minutes of waiting for things to dry
Come and
and
get
stuff.
me, Swarm.
Oh my god, hello! Let me have a look-sees.
I don't mind
Oh.
this character.
Hi. Depending on the dates and stuff, for sure. For sure. I don't have BF6. Heads up. But I'd be
Girl, when
more
I get
info
to
would be
that thing,
amazing.
Oh my goodness, it's over.
Oh, I might die. And that's okay. I didn't die.
OVHH.
You know what? My sheets are washed. I'm just gonna wash the pillowcases. But I changed them the other day. Two projectile count?
Ooh.
What?
Oh my god, look at how big my banana.
I have this thing where I don't know what's wrong with me. Like I take off my makeup, but
Huge banana.
banana. Leg titty kaka. Hakuna.
Look at them.
My tatas.
Teaspoon 84 just resubbed for 18 months.
Teaspoon, how are you? Oh, Jake, I won't be home that day. Oh, damn it. Yeah, I won't be home. 'Cause that's this Sunday, isn't it? Oh, damn it. Thank you so much for thinking of me, though. I would love to join the next one.
How did you ever use?
I've always wanted to join Arrivals, but I will not be home. Thank you so much, though. I appreciate you. Next one for sure. For sure, for sure, for sure. Thank you. Thank you.
It's useless.
What are you talking about, Dom?
Microwave?
Oh, no, it's great, because if you get a cheese, you can microwave the cheese.
Oh.
You can duplicate it. Teaspoon, sorry. Thank you for 18. How are you? How are you going? Oh, yeah, my makeup. So I'll take my makeup off, but then somehow there will still be a crumb of residue from my mascara that I thought was all gone. And then I'll wake up and I must have had a really good sleep when I'm kissing that pillow nice and deep in my dream. And then there'll be mascara when I wake up. And I'm like, I took my makeup off. What the hell?
So many bananas. Oh my god.
Yeah, I can use Bum, 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 bum. No, I'm kidding, sorry. That was exciting then.
That is not.
Jamie! Thank you for the raid. How are you, doll? What were you playing? Tell me everything and more. Ooh, Sucky Magnet or Second Chance here would be gorge. Ooh, don't I already have Joe's dagger? And I already have a lightning orb, but that's a 50% chance, baby. I'm taking that. We do. I think it's called Bonk. The command. Ooh, Fortnite. How was it? Are you enjoying the Simpsons season?
Uh-oh. I don't know where the portal is.
Press tab, doll.
Oh shit.
Hold tab and you should see the portal. Oh, sorry, I'm muted. Press tab, doll. Hold tab and you should see the direction of the portal.
I don't.
Oh, you might have not discovered yet. Is there anything on the map that's blacked out?
A little bit?
Then go there. It's probably there.
So far away.
Yeah.
Maybe dead.
Shake that.
Every day I'm shuffling. Wait, how have I not seen the portal?
Yeah, sometimes I miss it if I don't go looking for it, to be honest.
Not good.
Ethan, hello. It is sweaty, but it's awesome, but very sweaty. I totally get that. Any dubs today? It's hard for me to get wins on the new season, but I do love it.
Oh, I sense it.
Ooh, 10 damage.
See it?
Party rock
Can I
is
get
in
there?
the house tonight. How are you, Ethan Joel?
Ew, it was so far away. Oh. Oh no, I'm gonna die.
No, stay in it. Stay in it.
Ooh.
I'm gonna do this. Oh, a few yesterday. Okay, flex. Hell yeah. It's really hard. Did you die? That's okay, baby.
Portal was in the opposite corner from where I was.
Yes.
It was hidden deviously.
It's hard.
I was mad. What's this? Release toxic waste and take damage. Ooh. Okay, I didn't mind that character.
Ooh. Oh.
I really want to there's a character I want.
It feels so much later than it is.
Oh shit. Oh my god, it's already 3. Lord!
Lord have mercy, I'm about
Well,
to
Carla,
burst.
I will
Oh,
let
okay.
you leave you.
All right, my love. Thank you for today.
Lovely game. I love me some Mega Ball. Yes, I do.
That was so nice.
Repo, I love it.
That was great.
I hope you had a nice time like I did.
I did, baby.
Apparently there's 2VA DVD with
Oh,
Pyramid Head and
shit.
Dracula at the moment.
Let's do it next week.
Absolutely. I would love.
I would love that.
All right, dear. I'll see you next week.
All right, see you
Yes?
next week, baby.
Right, yeah, boy.
Bye, Joel. Every day I'm shuffling. Hi, guys. Open mic. I haven't been to the attic. What's in the attic? Is it cool? I like the sound of that. Well, there's something down there. Ooh, I want to get that chest. Risky business, but I'm doing it. Good song.
I think this is one of those firemen.
Granny baby. Join in. Join in.
Okay.
Hello. Oh my god, Panda. Okay, combos. I feel like I was just here. How are you guys? We are bonking. We're about to do the final boss. I wouldn't mind a sucky magnet. I won't lie to you guys. Have a good weekend, grandbaby. Thank you for the ride. Hi, Arcane, Volt, Casey, Jordan, Nell, B, Cotton. Oh my god. Ooh, that's nice. I do enjoy the sucky magnet doll. We're about to do the final boss, and I'm hoping ever so deeply that we can, beat our score today, but I'm not too sure. Luz, thank you so much. I enjoy Shucky. Hi, Jess. Thank you for the combo. What the who? I appreciate that. Thank you. I don't know how strong I am, but it should be decent. Bang, take my hand, move your body up and down and push on your body next to mine. Oh, I love Repo Doll. Very fun. I'm excited for 2v8s as well. That's going to be a good time. I don't want to... I'm too scared. Oh, if I had a magnet right now, I'd be so happy. Oh, okay, I gotta not play. I gotta go into the portal. Yay, I'm so excited! Survive with gays, we have to. It's been too long. Yeah, it's always a bit rough, isn't it? I don't think the poison is that strong, but once we get another weapon, it should be fine. Oh, it's not doing too bad, actually. Surprisingly. I love it when you feel like getting there. Oh, the poison's not doing too bad, actually. Yeah, duo is definitely fun because you can talk your shit. I don't want to die. Those bloody... The shrines are so annoying. I want to make it to the final swarm so bad. For Cusco. Those orbs. Can I do the middle one first? We don't play around. No. I can do the middle one first. Oh no. Okay, that worked. Wait, okay, combos. Chillax, please, Joel. Thank you. Where is this song from? Good question. We did listen to it with Marbles back in the day. Tonight's queue. Oh my god. Pure. Ooh. Jumps make it so much easier to avoid little shit. Oh my god, thank you guys. Thank you, Trash. Thank you for the biddies. That's very kind. I really appreciate it. I'm headed. Oh no. Oh no. Oh. I'm gonna go over here. Not feeling good about that. I don't want to die. want to make it to the final swarm, sir, please. They're so nasty, those orbs. Oh my god. Chill out, doll. Nasty, real freaking naughty. Don't like it. Oh shoot. Real nasty. We have one more. I have to avoid these. The what's it called? The orbs. Oh,
Put your ass away, child.
soiled. I love quesadillas.
Soiled Wig just subscribe.
Oh my god.
Have a quesadilla. On me.
Yes.
Spoil yourself.
Oh yes. I love quesadillas. I love Mexican food full stop. To be honest. Love always. Thank you so much for 11. How are you, doll? I bloody appreciate that. Oh, those orbs are nasty. What the hell? Oh no. I don't know how I'm gonna do this one. I might have to get him over here and then go back. Sprout! Oh, that's the dream. Those orbs are making it very hard for me. Okay, cool. Oh no, not the winter hands. Oh, toxic amog. True Wig, that's a good point. Definitely brighter. Oh, I have the shields. I have a shield here. I really should try while it's low though and get these upgrades. Ooh, what's that? What if we get a cool golden item? That'd be magical. Alright, never mind. I want to survive to 6 minutes. If I could use that shield on the last 40 seconds, that would be really cool. But don't know if that's possible. We'll find out. We will find out. Look at this crap! Time to jump. Look at this giraffe. Hi, Mika. Enjoy your lurk? Ha! Liz, I like the honesty. Oh, if I had a magnet, oh. That would be amazing. What's my damage? 18. I think that's the... I was like, that's the highest damage I've ever had. Dead. Alright, well we got 20k still, I think, right? We'll take 20k. A cheeky 20k. Yeah, where's the sucky when you need one? That's what I said. Giraffe, man. Giraffes. What an animal. That's what I said. Okay. One more task. Until Dice Head. Who do I want to do? Ooh. Who am I nearly... Noelle nearly has rank 100. Is she the closest? Who would have thought that she would be the highest? Maybe I do... Mega Chad. Yeah, I want to see what she looks like. Maybe we just try and get it. How, like, surely we're close to that. Surely. She passed Monkey, I know. Okay. Let me quickly go pee.
sound, put your hands on the ground. Take one step left and one step right. One
so
to the
back.
front and one to the side. Clap your hands once.
Hoop
clap
for
your hands
distance?
twice, and if it looks like this, then you do
Wait, is Mambo number 5 about fucking? Be honest.
Erica by my side. A little bit of Rita's all I need. A little bit of Tina's
Okay.
all I see. A little bit of
What am I doing?
in the sun.
Nah, I'm joking.
Mary's all night long.
He's nasty.
Jessica, here I am. A little bit of you makes me your man.
Imagine. I just found out it was about fucking. Song's about cheating. Georgie! Those eyes are so funny. Buggin'. Wing. 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 Bum. Bum. Anyone that was trying to sleep is like, not happening. Yeah, it looks like this. Georgie. So funny. Georgie accidentally went. Which, to be honest, is so funny. That's why I'm here. I'm glad you're here, Pookie. Fab. That's so funny. Fair. So fair. How are you, Georgie? Happy Friday. Oh, guys, back-to-back bangers coming up. I just saw the list. Wig. Real. I really don't want any of those items. Another micro. Oh, it's not micro. Me. Me. Oh, I haven't seen it now. I should look that up. Yeah, bangers while you're going to when you're falling asleep. I think yes. Hello, hello. Cammy, well, you never, I don't know. There's already been a loose plan, but who's to say, you know? Over a month away, who's to say? Always a vibe. No, she doesn't know what she's missing. Oh, wait. Yeah, true. When you put it like that. Oh my god. Oh my god, wig, cute. How does she know who I am? Give a damn. I've got 2 tickets to Iron Maiden, baby. Come with me Friday, don't say maybe. I'm just a teenage dirtbag, baby. Liz. What? Nah. Oh, she doesn't know what she's missing. Guys, I want cheese. Oh, she doesn't know what she's missing. Oh, eating. No, I agree. Oh, look. Eating, schmeating, you know? Okay, instant death. Jesus. Yes. I love that one. Wish I had my jumps. Oh yeah, carbonara and the couch. The double C. Amazing. I didn't start. Start your homework. Need a hit, baby, give me in. Dangerous. All right. Lips, I'm on a run. I haven't had a carbonara in a while. Yummy. Don't you know that you're toxic? Well, the bonks. Oh, Cammy, I gotta learn to make it as good as downstairs. Surely I can. Wait, Morgan, you're hitting that. Nero, oh my god. Guys. You're professional dancers. Okay, I think I have to go. I really want a Magnussy, but it is what it is. Lori, no? I see you, friend. I see you, baby. Shaking that ass. Shaking that ass. Sorry. You know my favorite part of that song, which I've kind of been off and on fixated on, is she goes, I see you, baby. Shaking that ass. Shaking that ass. No, don't touch me. Oh, I love that. It's so true. It's like, no, I'm shaking it, but don't touch me. Wait, ping. Huh? Same. I know, Freedom, I cannot be bothered. Oh, Hannah, day 2's the worst. I'm sorry, doll. I'll fight him. I think I'm ready now. You take me now. With your loving now. Cheese. Couch, carbonara, and cramps. That's my goat. I hope you feel better though. That was me at the start of the week. I was like, what is going on? Uno, dos, tres, cuatro, cinco, cinco, seis. We have cheese. Makes up in denial. Oh, me, for real. Ooh, a golden boy. Really have chunk play. I wouldn't mind the sucky magnet. Maybe spicy meatball? Spicy or bong for a white guy. Where are we? In the middle here. Yeah. Ooh. Hey, I'm always adding to the playlist, Hannah. This playlist is my baby now. I take it very seriously. I swear. Cuatro, cinco, cinco, seis. Keep it real. God. Oh. Every time I listen to this playlist and certain songs come on, I truly think about how good this... Look, I'm a big 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s. Like, I love all decades. But God, we were really eating so good with so many of these bands and songs. Just really good songs like Timeless, Shake Your Ass. Songs. Love. Not that I don't like... There's still some slappers now. can be your hero, baby. I can kiss away the pain. Yes, Cash. Yes. I know life happens and blah blah blah, but making some time for each other when you can. I know people who are married with kids might hear that and be like, oh nah. I get it. I really do. Like things my sister have said, but even just watching your favorite TV show or talking about your day in bed, whatever. I know it's hard when you have kids and all that, but it's just being prioritized and putting in a little bit of effort. Whatever that effort looks like for your relationship is different too. What I consider effort might not be effort for someone. It might come more naturally for someone. It might come harder for someone. It's really different with every couple, but you get what I'm trying to say. You get what I'm trying to say. Oh, good song. Freedom, yeah. Yeah.
I thought it mattered. I thought that music mattered. But does it bollocks? Not compared to how people matter.
Cool. Nell, yes. I get knocked down, but I get up again. Yay! I got wireless dagger. Cool. Oh, we got dice head, guys. Night away. Remind from the best times. God, I can't believe it's nearly 2. What the hell? Thank you for being here today, guys. I know it's a cheeky small 5 hours, but I've had fun. I'm really glad I'm not doing like any extensive travel until my birthday, so I can just be here every week. It's looking like it would be the end of Feb if we do go overseas. So I'd be able to spend my birthday with you guys. Wait, when's my birthday this year? Next year? A Tuesday. Yeah, we can do something. I'll do a little stream. What's my damage? 8.4. I get knocked down, but I get up again. I could have gone more. Yes, Freedom, yes. No, so I'm so proud of you, by the way. Super proud. But I definitely understand where you're coming from. Never gonna keep me down. That would be fun, Liz. That would be fun. I love flying. Oh, actually, I love flying with people who are pleasant. I've flown with people that stress me out. Morning. Hi, Tobias. Never gonna keep me down. My tomes are kind of bad. I really gotta upgrade my tomes. Wait, hypnotize? I love how the pets love Megabonk. That's so cute. Guys, I stream for the pets, okay? The amount of photos I get being like, look at my cat. My cat's watching the stream and they have like a paw on the laptop screen and I'm like, this is what it's all about. Uh-oh, Fergie Ferg's back. Jeez. Listen up, y'all. Delicious. Fergie is definition, make them boys go low. They are so they get their pleasures from my photo. You can't see me, you can't squeeze me. I ain't easy, I ain't sleazy. I got reasons why I tease and boys just come and go like seasons. Fergalicious. Ooh, who's that? Hit a Fergie. Yes, no, Dill. Real. Like even, like it's as simple. It is simple as remembering someone's favorite thing on the menu, their favorite chocolate, little things they like to hear from you, like all these little things, you know, that are so easy just to give to your partner if you care about them. Because a lot of people have the blueprint right in front of them, but still don't do it because they just hate them. I've definitely been in relationships where they hate me. No, actually, I would say one relationship where they hate me. But I escaped it. Woo! Yeah. Like you can give everyone all the tools to love you and someone will still be like, no. And that is scary. And you have to leave, but sometimes it takes a while to leave. Like I've definitely I'm in that situation, as you guys know, where I wanted to leave for months, but I was so scared. But then once I left and I think back to little things, I'm like, oh my god, they hated my guts. They hated my absolute guts with a passion. Oh, I don't know, Dill. I don't know about this one. Usually, I would say you're right, usually, but this one was a different breed. This one was a different breed. This one was very hateful. Like, oh my god. But, usually, yes. You know? Speaking the truth. I blow kisses. Yeah, I only got treated well when I was like, I think we should break up. Until, because, you know, people have demons that they don't want to work on. And so they project how they really feel about themselves onto someone who is a recovering people pleaser and someone, like, I like to think I'm a kind person. So it's easy to be like, I'm going to take advantage of that. But not anymore. Not anymore. I learned the extremely hard way. Freedom. Because narcissists who are very insecure end up hating you for loving them. Like, they're so angry that you love them and they don't love themselves that they're like, or whatever, like, you know what I mean? That they take it out on you. And you're like, what the hell? But anyway, at least I'm long gone from that. Thank the good Lord. Oh my goodness. The shame cycle. And I got 2 in 1, Dill. I got 2 in 1. Oh my god. I got it all. Yeah, Juniper, they're normal for like a week and then they go back into bad habits. No, I need someone to match my energy when it comes to being thoughtful and warm, because I learned the hard way that I can't. You know when people are like, opposites attract? In a way, yeah. But I can't date someone that doesn't have basic empathy or any sort of warmth, because I'm a soft gal. I need softness. I don't need to be on high alert all the time. Oh no. JP. It's hard when you try to, I've been there, when you try to leave and they start crying and they say everything, like they all of a sudden know how to communicate. It's really rough. I'm sorry, doll. Yes. Yes, for sure. Burrito, speak on it. I got too much. No, real. Same. Oh my god. Cash. But yeah, it attracts when it's a healthy thing, of course. Yippee! Okay, cheese. Me, maybe all day long. No, you, no, 100% JP, because yeah, no, look, different situation, my situation, but my old situation, but we started dating in January, and I wanted to end it in Feb, and then it lasted months later because then my dad passed, and it was kind of like, oh, I don't want to lose someone and go through a breakup at the same time. Yeah, Liz, but it wasn't like, it was really so different from anything I've experienced. Like, it was, yeah, it's long story with that one. No, you're fine, you're fine. So I wanted to break up the month after, literally, and then I was going through it with family and my stepdad, and then I tried to do it so many times before he passed. And then the crying would happen and I couldn't. I was like stuck in it. He made the grieving worse. Like, it was just awful. And then I kept trying to do it, and Mum's like, I'm going to fucking beat his ass. Like, just break up with him over text. And she was right, but I was so scared. I was so scared. And then when it finally happened, that's when it was like, okay, thank God I have the strength to do it, because I was so scared. Because we honestly, if I'm going to be real with you, I really felt like we weren't a couple. Like, when I think about my last relationship, I don't include him. I include my last long-term 2-year somewhat healthy relationship. I don't look at him as a relationship, because it was over before it even started. But I was just fucking stuck, you know? So, yeah, freedom, he did. It was perfect for him. But, yeah. Yeah, Georgie, right? What the hell? Kinda cute. Who's to say? Oh, I'm sorry, doll. JP, so valid. And sometimes the slow, even though it hurts and it is damaging for you, sometimes the slow breakup is the only way you can do it. You can handle it. That's what I did. It was very slow and I wasn't proud of it. I had awful anxiety every single day. But once you get to a point where you go, all right, I'm not gonna fall for the tears. I'm not gonna, because I don't blame you. I'm not shaming you. I was in that exact position. It's easier said than done. Slow and painful is the only way I could have gotten out of it, personally. Never alone, never alone, no, no. Yeah, you gotta do what works for you. I definitely understand that. It's hard though, I get it. I know, sorry. The music and serious conversations. But you will, and I'll be so proud of you when it happens. And I'm proud of you now. Because it takes a lot of strength. In love. Hannah True. Okay, theme. I know, we're good yaps, good yaps. No, of course, Freedom. I mean, you were in that experience longer. But sometimes I'll have a moment where I remember something and I either laugh or I'm like, oh, and I feel something and I'm like, oh God. Hi, Seth. Hi, Princess and Stinky, hello. But yeah, I'm like, yes, and you know what's funny, Evans, as well? The love you had for them wasn't even for them. It was actually all the love you were putting into it, and it was for yourself. It was never for them, especially if they were stinky. It was because it was never for them. You were just loving how you were treating them, or just like having a heartbeat near you. Just a lump in bed, pretty much. I love Real Talk with Carla and the Cluds while I'm doing this. Speak on it! Really want to make you mine. Big black boots. Long brown hair. Brown, you know. Oh no. You want me. Another man, yeah. Yes, Evans, exactly. You have to be gentle with yourself the most. It's the hardest part about it. But you will be able to start fresh one day. Because trust me when I say, guys, I truly thought I was stuck forever. And that was so scary. Yeah, sure, Brito. I'll have a little look-see. Big black boots, long brown hair. Also, Spuds, I hope you're well. Another man, yeah. Get away, yeah. I said, are you gonna be my girl? Oh, such a good song. Oh, those bloody orbs. Bastards. Oh, I'm stuck. Oh, I got Gold Noel. Hell yeah. But I hate fuck ass pimples. 4 unlocks, guys. Items. Increased difficulty by 7%. Interesting. Weapons. We unlocked wireless dagger. Love that. And characters. We have Dice Head and Tony McZoom. Oh my god. And then let's see what Noelle looks like. Yup. Ooh, that's fun. Aww. Burrito, you cutie. Stop. Aww. Little cutie. That's my Shayla right there. I was gonna say. Oh wait, this one? Oh cool. No, of course, JP. We spoke about this recently, but when I was speaking about it, I was still detoxing and getting my nervous system back to normal. Because trust me, I know our nervous systems, when you're in that, is shot to shit. So I definitely understand how you're feeling. But you got this, and I know one day you'll be able to come in and be like, guess what, guys? And we'll celebrate it for sure. But I do understand how hard it is. It's not easy to go through or get out of, but you got this. I believe in you. Guys, it is 2. I'm finishing an hour earlier than I usually do, but I would like to move my body quickly before I do some things. However, I adore you guys. I'm off for the weekend. US Sunday, I might be on. I have an inspection in my apartment. So I don't know, if they show up at a good time and it's not too late, I will jump on for a little bit. But I'll keep you updated, but I'm definitely back US Monday. Definitely back Monday. Very excited. Guys, I adore you. This week has been so fun. This week has been the best. I miss you already, trust me. When I have plans, it's always bittersweet because it's like, I have plans, but also, oh. But it's okay. We have all next week to have fun and be cute. Jules. I love you guys. Say hello to Tem. You're amazing. I miss you, Pookie. Thank you for everything this week too. All the support. You're unreal. Hi, bye, Art. Bye, guys. Mwah. Have a great weekend. Be safe and be kind to yourself. Because you're doing your best. Peace.
So high like I'm a star. So high like I'm a star. So high.